starting in 4-5 minutes from now. We are waiting for other participants to come back.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Hey, Fatima. You will be the host for this session?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I'm just trying to share my screen.
Yes, it is visible, Dr.
It
Samir.
is visible, right? Perfect.
Yes, yes.
Great. Just make it up.
Let's get started, Dr. Ajit.
I think we should start because, I think this is afternoon and people will be joining,
Yeah.
Sure.
right? And we are also, people are also joining YouTube as well. Yes. Okay. So, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Fatima, over to you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the final day of the HEOR Vanguard eConference 2025. It's been an incredible journey over the past few days, full of learning, insight, and inspiration from experts across the globe. As we step into this final afternoon, we are closing on a truly high note with a series of sessions that explore the future of HEOR, RWE, and innovations in healthcare. So let's dive right into it. To start off our afternoon, we have a highly anticipated session on the rising importance of HEOR delivered by none other than Dr. Samir Gokhale, Director and Principal Scientist, Value and Implementation Outcomes Research, Asia Pacific at MSD. Dr. Samir is currently employed as the principal scientist at MSD Pharmaceuticals Private Limited in Value and Implementation, Outcomes Research in the Asia Pacific region. He is based out of Mumbai, India. Dr. Samir is an epidemiologist with over 18 years of experience in healthcare domain across developed and developing markets. He has experience in high quality consulting for healthcare sector with primary focus in health economics and outcomes research, market access, economic modeling, medical affairs, qualitative and quantitative epidemiological analysis. He's instrumental in developing simple and user friendly health economic models, market access strategies, development of global value dossier, adaptation of the GBD, and key medical affairs deliverables to bolster value proposition of innovative medicines to suit local and regional market needs. Dr. Samir has been functional in various therapeutic areas such as oncology, cardiology, neurology, immunology, and ophthalmology. Dr. Samir has successfully led teams that design HEOR epidemiology studies in healthcare settings to conceptualize, organize, analyze, and disseminate research in peer reviewed journals and conferences. He has experience in conducting observational database management and analyzes using statistical techniques to hypothesize or showcase differential value of the innovative medicine. In this talk, he'll be sharing how HEOR is rapidly gaining prominence in global and regional healthcare decision making, influencing everything from pricing and reimbursement to value, communication, and patient access. Before we begin, a quick reminder, we will have a Q&A session towards the end, so please keep your questions ready. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Samir Gokhale. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Fatima, for this extensive, introduction, and thank you very much, organizers, for giving me an opportunity to present here. It's a very good conference that I should say that over the past 2 days there has been a lot of discussion around health economics, which is very rare in this region. So it's good to see such conferences are being organized. That's really nice. Compliments to you. So I'll be talking about rising importance of health economics, and we'll talk definitely the basics of health economics and outcomes research and what exactly is driving this into action nowadays, especially in Asia Pacific countries. Of course, a disclaimer slide as I'm representing MST, but all the views or ideas or opinions that are expressed here are my individual ones and not to be attributed to MST Pharmaceuticals. And of course, I've taken all the permissions from MST Global to present at this conference. We'll have a look at the need for health economics or pharmacoeconomics in healthcare, especially from Asia Pacific angle or India, for example. Then we'll touch base on the basics of health economics. We'll also look at cost classification, what different types of costs you have, especially from the healthcare angle, and we'll spend more time on indirect cost and how to get more insights from that. Then we'll have a look at QALYs and patient-reported outcomes, how they are helping different governments in our region, and then types of economic evaluations, and finally we'll have applications of health economics in healthcare. So to begin with, I think all of us will agree that nothing of value is free as such, and medical care is no exception. We know that most of the time, even if it feels like, or it looks like free, but it's actually not free. There has to be something behind that. And few treatments, for example, in healthcare, they reduce the healthcare spending. Definitely they reduce healthcare spending, but all should provide a reasonable value for money. Only when you do that, only then you'll get patients, attaching to the device or the drug that you're selling in the market. Now, if you look at the scenario, especially the healthcare scenario from 1970s till today, 2020 onwards, you will realize that if you look at the demands from patients as well as healthcare providers, the demands have exponentially risen from 1970s to 2024. Uh, and if you look at the intervention options that are available, that are also definitely rising day by day, but not up to the mark as the demand. Like the similar is the case with resources. Actually, resources have risen a lot, but now they will constrict more and more as we go in near future. So that's why I think it's important to apply economics along with health, and That's why health economics is gaining more and more importance, especially for payers or especially for administrators who are making that decision that which interventions or which treatments to reimburse for their employees or for their citizens, as against some things which is out of the pocket, to keep it out of the pocket. But growth in demand and treatment interventions, they have outpaced the resources, and that's why we are having this problem, or we are having this question to assess that which treatments do we need to pay for, or which treatments need to be chosen over others. That's why the health economics is becoming more and more important. And if you're a payer, or if you're a government entity or an administrator of the hospital, uh, or a student, for example, or a researcher, everyone in this health economic space, we always look at cost versus value. And let me just show you, these 4 quarters make our
Uh,
life.
Dr. Samir, please make it presentation mode, and I think it's stuck
Oh,
on the first slide only.
Yes, sir, it's
oh,
So,
not moving, I believe.
oh,
Yes.
yeah,
sure, sure. Just a minute. Let me just, yeah. Now, is that now
So
working?
can you make it full screen if it is possible from your side, slide mode?
Yeah, yeah, I'll do that. I am doing it. Let me just stop sharing and again reshare, because
Sure, sir.
sure.
yeah, it might work. Just a minute. Yeah, to share. Yeah, is now I'll just make it on to the top. Is it okay now?
Uh, Not full
Okay.
screen, Dr.
Or
Samir.
not full screen as so.
No.
Okay. Let me just
Sir, I'll suggest you share the entire computer screen through that.
okay, sure.
Yeah,
I'll
not
do
only
it.
PPTs.
Yeah, yeah, that should work. Share system audio. Yeah, I think now it should work.
Yes, sir.
Just let me know if right now
Yes,
it's
perfectly fine. It is visible
Awesome.
now,
perfect.
full screen. Awesome.
Perfect. Great. Thanks. Sorry for
Thank you,
that
sir.
glitch. Now, as I was saying that, all the researchers as well as healthcare payers and everyone revolves around these four, when you look at cost versus value, there's always a low cost, low value, which is of no use as such. High cost and low value, nobody's interested in that. All the pharma companies as well as medical devices companies, they definitely provide high value, but they want high cost or the price for their interventions in return. So this is the space which, or this is the quadrant where all the pharma companies are always willing to reside. And the government will always look at this particular space where they get maximum value for the product at a lower cost. And that's how the negotiations happen at the government administration, or even some hospitals in India or in our region, right? So when you look at these four quadrants, from the payer perspective, this quadrant is very, very critical. And we'll have a look at ICER. We'll also look at QALYs at the later point, and we'll see how important this quadrant is from the patient's angle. Now, when you look at the scenario, healthcare scenario, like 20 years back or 15 years back, if your product is safe and efficacious, I think you could get the registration, and then it's pretty much your game that you sell your medicines in the market and gain profits out of it. But not anymore. Now, the payers as well as the hospital administrators or all the other government agencies, they will ask for either budget impact or budget impact as well as cost effectiveness to prove the economic value of your intervention. It can be drug, it can be medical device, it can be a healthcare program. It doesn't stop here. To get market access, it's important to look at real world evidence. And I'm sure you must have heard from other speakers in the morning about the real world evidence and how it plays a crucial role to get market access. When you have all these hurdles passing through, then you get the market access. And that's why now the entire value is called the therapeutic value, and not just safety and efficacy or economic value. You need to have therapeutic value to get the market access. Now, when you look at health economics, I think the term is interchangeably used as pharmacoeconomics as well. The basic fact is we are utilizing the public money from the government perspective. It's an efficient utilization of whatever they have, the budgets that they have. How do we decide on which treatments the government should reimburse, or which medications or technologies to support, and which medications probably are not important from the country perspective or from the payer perspective? All that decision making happens in this field of health economics. Now, the main objectives of health economics is to improve the public health through that rational decision making. So if I'm a country with less resources, then I need to fund programs that improves the health of children or women, such as vaccination program over oncology drugs. Like, for example, some of the developing countries might focus on those interventions rather than looking at high-end medications such as oncology therapies or some other gene therapies, etc. But if you have a developed country and you have resources, then I think it's good to rationally decide which therapeutic areas or which treatment options do you consider as reimbursement to be given to your citizen. Also, the other important objective is to compare the relative values of alternative therapies. When you have product A, it's important from the government perspective again to compare that new product versus the alternative therapies that are already available in the market from different perspectives, right? Not just from the safety and efficacy, but also therapeutic value, economic value, humanistic burden. All those things are considered, and health economics, I think, that supports to compare these relative values. Now, when you look at opportunity cost, just to understand the opportunity cost is the value of best alternative for goal, but it's a little complex. So let's make it simple to understand. So, for example, uh, if you're working in a company and you are earning like 2,000 rupees for an hour at work, which like, for example, typically Monday afternoon 5 p.m. If you work from 5 to 6 p.m. In office, you will be paid 2,000 rupees for your job. But if you are called for an party at 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. In the afternoon on Monday, and if you decide to go for that party by paying 1,000 rupees entry fee, and this is what you want to choose, of course, that's the alternative chosen path. Now look at the opportunity cost. The opportunity cost is nothing but 3,000 rupees, because you are losing 2,000 rupees because you're not working at office on Monday afternoon, but instead you're also spending 1,000 rupees to go for a party. So that cost of 1 hour partying is not just 1,000, but it's actually 3,000 rupees. So as a government, you always need to focus on opportunity cost, and it's okay sometimes to party, right? It's always good to go for the alternative option in case of medicine, and but it's important to remember the opportunity cost, uh, and that should be the main aim of health economics, is to ensure that whatever activity that you've chosen have benefits that are outrightly higher than the cost that you're paying. Now, how do we calculate that? How do we calculate the costs and benefits? We'll have a look at that later on. Now let's look at the as a government, you have like limited resources, such as say amount X or 100 rupees. You have a intervention, say for example a vaccine which costs around 10 rupees, and you will be benefiting say 10 patients because you have 100 rupees in the budget for vaccination for this particular therapeutic area vaccination, and the cost is 10, so you get 10 patients benefited by that. You have another option, but you may cater to more number of patients, and but the cost is also high. It's double the cost, but you're also expanding benefits to not just double the patients but even more than double. Now, that's where I think it's important to decide, uh, looking at the opportunity cost, because you're spending more, but you're also benefiting more patients. And if those patients are productive, or if you're catering to age group of say 20 to 40 years or 30 to 50 years, I think it will benefit that those many employees or patients who are actually productive, and it might be beneficial to opt for that opportunity cost. So it's okay to party as such. The government also thinks about these things when they decide which treatment option they should go for. So health economics helps them to ensure the choice that they've chosen is beneficial, as long as the benefits are always greater than the opportunity cost. And there are different ways to calculate that, and we'll have a look at that from the government perspective again. Now, before going into that detail, let's just go for some of the costs that we usually talk in the health economics. So there are direct medical costs, such as resource consumption uh, while providing the healthcare intervention. So it can be the drug is given in inpatient when you have to be hospitalized. So that cost of hospital stay comes as the direct medical cost. Uh, it's possible that when you get discharged, when a patient gets discharged, he or she needs to come back for a outpatient visit after 15 days. Even that is considered as a direct cost. Then, of course, the patient is taking drugs or medicinal substances or medical devices. All of these are also direct medical costs. And of course, this is not the entire list. There's a big list out there, but just to give you some of the examples, these are direct medical costs. Then we look at direct non-medical costs. So, for example, uh, if you want a particular drug to be given to you, and that facility is only available in a city in your country and not where you are living. So you'll have to travel to that city to get your medication, your intervention. And that's when this becomes a direct non-medical cost, because it's not associated directly with the medicine, but of course you need to be present in that hospital, and the travel cost or the taxi fare to reach to the hospital, that becomes a direct non-medical cost. The other important element here is the time spent by patients and their family caregivers in relation to their illness also becomes direct non-medical cost in some cases. Now, the indirect medical cost, this is what I was talking about, the productivity loss, where a patient who is 40 years old, and if that patient is unable to go to office because of his disease, then I think that's the productivity loss, which is considered as indirect medical cost. Maybe because of his severe headache, that patient is not able to work. There's an incapacity for work. There might be an occupational disability or premature death, for example, due to dengue or any other communicable disease. If the patient dies at the age of 20 or 30, that is considered as premature death, and that cost is assigned as indirect medical cost, and we need to consider that cost as well as a government when you're holistically looking at a particular medicine uh, to cover that medicine or provide reimbursement or not. So that those are the indirect medical costs that we're looking at. There are a few other costs such as intangible cost, which is very difficult to measure. So, for example, if you're suffering from pain due to your cancer medicines or chemotherapy, uh, that's something very difficult to measure, right? And I can't tell you that I have a 100 or 20 rupees intangible cost. That's very difficult to say that, but I think that's all the intangible cost. Again, this can be generic or disease specific because the pain can be across multiple diseases. This can also be valued through quality of life measures, and we'll have a look at that as well when we are going to the next section. So let's look at the quality adjusted life years and patient reported outcomes. Now, talking about quality adjusted life years, if you look at this graph, typically the scale starts with 0, which is considered as death, and the 1 is considered as best possible health state. Now, what happens if a patient is at the terminal stage of cancer, like maybe a very aggressive cancer, say pancreatic cancer or any other cancer, which is uh, at the last stage, the patient might say, I am -2 or -3, worst possible health state than death. And the patient might say that I may die, rather let me die, rather than filling out this questionnaire. That's the worst possible health state, and even this is considered in some of the modeling calculations as the worst possible health state. The QALYs are calculated. They will combine the life years gained as a result of intervention to the health status. The basic idea is to, is that an extra year of poor health does not have the same value to the patient as a year of good health. So, for example, if an intervention is given to the patient, which stabilizes the quality of life for that patient, is highly considered or recommended by patients because they don't mind spending money to stabilize their quality of life or retain their quality of life rather than going down in case of quality of life. So they may say that if it is reimbursed, then definitely they would like to be around or close to 1 rather than going below zero point 0.5 when it is very difficult to cope there. Now, there are few patient-reported outcomes to collect that data, generally in the form of questionnaires or diary report forms. This again can be either generic or disease-specific based on, there are a number of questionnaires that are available. Some are generic, some are disease-specific. For example, just to understand the pain intensity or pain relief, we can ask very specific question from the disease area so that we get the best action. In some cases, such as lung function, it might be possible that patients and physicians, they have different perspectives. And it's important that from the physician's perspective, that patient is doing wonderfully fine because he's not showing any symptoms when he visits the clinic. But if you ask patient, you might hear something else because that their function or the lung function or asthma or dyspnea that they have, they may not be in the best possible health state for the entire day, and they may complain, and that's where I think the PROs are very, very useful to gain patient perspective and then compare it with the patient's physician's perspective, and then take the right option or right decision for for the patient. Now, this is just a form of PRO where utility measures are, there are a set of questions where the patient need to select, and then the score is calculated, such as EQ5D is one of the utility instrument that is available across SF6T, or there are very many disease-specific PROs that are also available, and will not go into details, but I think just to make that uh, interest available in that. Now let's look at the economic evaluation, and that's where I think we'll spend a little more time, where we are comparing the two or more options that are available. So, for example, if it's a new intervention, drug A, we are comparing with the comparator, which is drug B, which is available in the market. Now we are going to analyze their costs as well as the consequences. The consequences can be health outcomes, it can be overall survival, it can be PFS, progression-free survival, it can be other symptoms that are very critical in that particular disease, right? And there can be multiple consequences to such as there can be primary outcomes, secondary outcomes, and many others as well. We always look for the incremental costs and incremental benefits when we are trying or switching from drug A to drug B. So if I'm the payer or if I'm the government, I would definitely request pharma company to provide these details to me, that I need to understand your cost. I also need to understand the consequences if the patient takes your intervention. And also, I will ask for drug B, which is the comparator right now in the market. And I want the similar data regarding the cost as well as consequences for the comparator as well. It's quite possible that there are 3 or 4 comparators, and I might request for all the information for all 4 comparators. uh, I might, as a government, I might collect my own data as well, just to compare what I'm getting from the pharma company and what do we have to do that analysis. And when that data is available, then I can actually work on cost effectiveness, and we'll have a look at that. How do we go for that? Now, before looking at the analysis, there are different perspectives in the economic analysis. There is a patient perspective, where the cost of maintaining health and the out-of-pocket expenditures are considered. Then there's an insurer's perspective. If you're employed, then you have an insurance, and you are covered for your inpatient treatment and drugs most of the time. Some of the insurance companies might also cover your outpatient treatment as well, depending on how good your insurance plan is. And then there is a societal perspective from markets like UK or European markets, where not just outpatient, inpatient, and drugs are covered, but cost of maintaining health, such as the preventive care, is also taken into account. That is also reimbursed, and lost productivity is also considered in the societal perspective. So, depending on the perspective, the calculations will differ, and we are interested to know that if I'm considering societal perspective, how is my drug beneficial to the society as against the insurer's perspective or patient perspective. and things might change, right? The decision might change based on the perspective that we consider. Usually in European countries or developed countries, the societal perspective is taken into account for some of the therapeutic areas such as cancer or in some other cardiology, where or vaccines, the societal perspective is definitely recommended. Now, there are different types of economic analysis. Once you have that, four things such as cost of your drug versus cost of comparator, and you have benefits of your drug and benefits of the other comparator. What I'm doing is I'm calculating the ICER, which is nothing but the cost differential between your drug and the comparator, which is cost of A minus cost of B. That's why I'm getting incremental cost effectiveness ratio, and you are also dividing that by benefits of A minus benefits of B, where A is your new drug versus the comparator, which is B. Lower the ratio, more the treatment is preferred. And especially when the resources are limited, you always look at the cost effectiveness analysis. Most of the developed countries, as well as even in some of the Asian markets, I think cost effectiveness analysis is preferred nowadays, and government will always ask for these information to provide the ICERs, and then they make the rational decision making after receiving all the benefits. The other form of the type of analysis, which is commonly found in our region, is cost minimization analysis, whereas to find the least expensive way of achieving desired health outcomes. Where the generic medicines are available, I think the cost minimization analysis is applicable, where you are comparing the branded versus the generic medicines, and then you decide which one is better for the intervention for the government. Then you look at the cost utility analysis, where we just looked at the PRO and QALYs, quality adjusted life years. I think that's the best known utility measure for cost utility analysis. If you look at NICE, for example, the health technology assessment body for UK, the CUA is the most commonly used analysis in other countries as well, where treatments with lower cost utility ratios are considered more efficient, of course, because you're giving more patients quality adjusted life years at a cost which is the government is willing to pay. So that's also important. This might be useful to compare different treatments for different disorders. So for example, if I'm the government and if I want to uh, assess or if I want to select one medicine in the formulary, and that can be either for oncology or vaccines. Now, I could use cost utility analysis to decide whether I should go for oncology or whether I should go for vaccines, or I should go for both, depending on negotiation skills of the government. But I think this CUA is very useful when you want to uh, decide or make a decision from different disorders, and that works really well. The last one is cost benefit analysis. This is not commonly used in the modern health economics, but where costs and benefits are presented in monetary units. Again, I was talking about the pain, and I can't assign a dollar value or rupee value to that pain, and it's not considered as the best form of assigning a value to the outcomes, and that's why I think it's not used in these days. Now let's look at the cost effectiveness, because I think that's what the most commonly used across Asia Pacific as well as in developed markets. Now this is the perspective from World Health Organization. Now interventions that avert the one DALY, which is disability adjusted life year, for less than average per capita income for a given country, is considered as cost effective when the intervention that costs less than 3 times average per capita income. This is a little complex definition, but I think most of you know about this. Let's look at the countries in Asia Pacific, and then we'll get more details about that. If it is higher than the value that we are looking at, then of course it's not cost effective as per WHO. Let's look at some of the countries, in the Asia Pacific and their GDP per capita in US dollars. These are 2024 figures, of course, not updated, but looking at some of the countries such as Australia, Singapore, look at their GDP per capita. It's if you have 3 times the GDP, you can actually get that value as cost effective. And if you consider some of the countries such as Philippines, India, where the GDP per capita is very low, like 2,698, that means roughly around 6 to 7 lakhs of rupees is considered as cost effective if you're providing one daily disability adjusted life year. So, and that's the diversity that we're looking at. So, uh, being cost effective is not that easy for a drug molecule or medical device in all these countries, because you need to be present in entire Asia, but you need to be cost effective. uh, you can't be cost effective across, right? If you're deciding on that four uh, quadrants as I showed earlier. Let's look at those quadrants again to decide, and that's called a cost effectiveness plane, where you have costs and value taken into account. These are the quality adjusted life years, such as value. This is considered as value, and this is incremental cost. When you are spending more, like 50,000 US dollars, 150,000 US dollars, or you're getting quality adjusted life years, one quality adjusted life year over here. So something like this, you have different options given here, like such as this is definitely not needed for any government. No one will go for it. No one wants to spend more money and get less benefits, of course. So this is definitely not. Uh, this is less costly, less effective. Even this one is more costly, less effective. We don't want, and these type of drugs get killed very quickly. There's no buyer for this. But of course, if you're less costly and more effective, this is what everyone looks for. As a pharma company, we would definitely want to be in this quadrant where you're spending 58,000 for that 1.9 incremental quality adjusted life years. So when you give your medicines to a patient, there will be a benefit of 1.9 qualies, and the government is okay to spend 58,000. And there are different thresholds by different governments, and that's where let's look at the willingness to pay. So for example, if a X country has willingness to pay of 60,000. Now again, when you look at all these drugs, and then that this particular thing becomes cost effective, but this is considered as not cost effective because your WTP, which is willingness to pay, is 60,000. So as this is below 60,000, this is cost effective. This is certainly dominant, and the government is definitely going to fund this because it's definitely helping government to be cost effective by saving some money and also providing benefits to the patients. At the same time, it's very critical to remember equality and equity, because theoretically, a cost effective analysis would suggest that you pay the same for each intervention in each scenario. But that may not be the case in countries like developing countries or India or Malaysia or Philippines, where you need to consider equity along with equality. And that's where I think the patient support programs or the some discounting comes into picture, wherein you're actually helping a person who is not affording the medication, but if certain criterias are met, then I guess it's important to apply that equity and not be ruthless, to just provide efficiency. That may not help countries like the developing countries, and that's why it's always important to keep these two in mind: equity and equality. Allocating the resources fairly, and also your increasing social surplus, both are very, very critical to understand. Lastly, to look at the some of the primary questions that are answered by health technology assessment. The pairs, typically the government pairs, they go for PICO analysis, and we'll have a look at that in the next slide. But the main questions that are answered for HTA is that the new molecule safe? Is it cost effective? Does it improve health outcomes? How much will it cost for us? And those are the primary questions from the HTA perspective. The government is interested to understand these four questions. There are secondary questions as well, such as does it address an equity issue here? Because that's another important angle. Are there broader societal impact due to this? For example, vaccines, if you are providing at early, it can prevent lots of diseases later on. So it's a very critical societal benefit that you're providing to the citizens. Is there a clinical need? That's another question that government is interested to understand. And does it impact resource use? Because it should not happen that in the long run you will be spending more amount in hospitalizations or taking care of those patients, because the patients are living really longer. So all those things are very important to consider while making a decision. So just a couple of more slides about the PICO framework. I think this is critical to remember: the population, intervention, comparator, and outcomes. And when you are assessing a new product against the comparators, it's important to touch base on all these factors, such as what's the patient population, what's the unmet need right now you're trying to help patients there, how is the intervention looking like, is it just the drug, or is it you need another support therapy along with that, what's the comparator, what's the alternative strategy, is it really needed? All these questions do come in mind of the government. Also to look at results and health parameters or consequences that are also critical from the government perspective. Again, the last slide about the applications of health economics. There are various applications from the practitioners as well as payers and policymakers. From the practitioners' perspective, I think they are the prescription, or they give prescriptions to the patients, and they understand their patients more than anyone else. So I think that's very important usefulness of health economics for them, because they could assess what is helpful for a patient and what is not, uh, depending on the which strata or socioeconomic strata that person is coming from. From the payer perspective, it's important to assess that economic impact of a single intervention against all of the other comparators that are available. Sometimes they may compare the economic effect of two or more interventions, not just in the one therapeutic area, but across therapeutic areas. It also helps pharma companies to develop the drug formularies, or decide where to go, where to launch their medicines. For clinicians as well as for policymakers, it actually helps to develop the clinical practice guidelines, because from the cost effectiveness studies or from the budget impact analysis, they could actually promote some of the medications in the guideline space as to be given first. And that might help the policy makers to make revised policies to support the development of disease management programs, and to assess the effects of reimbursement policies. Of course, it just percolates from the government to each of the pairs. It can be a private pair, or it can be a any other public sector undertaking that might decide on the basis of health economics, they could revise their formulary and reimburse specific therapies. So I'll take a stop here, and I'll be open for question. I hope, yeah, we still have like 10 minutes or so. So thank you very much for patient listening, and I'm open for questions.
Thanks, Dr. Samir. It was wonderful listening to you. Questions have started coming up. They're in the chat window. Fatima, if you would like to read out.
Sure. So we have one question from Shanmuga Priya, who says, I'm curious about the kind of strategy or decision-making system currently used to ensure medication access remains cost-effective, especially for marginalized communities who are so often left behind in public health interventions. How are the diverse social and economic factors integrated into this approach? And from your experience, how does the WHO handle accountability to make sure that those who need support the most are not excluded?
Yeah, very good question, and I think it's very critical for from the developing countries and the less developed countries as well. So there is a NLEM in place, and WHO definitely drives that there are few essential medicines which needs to be cost effective, or rather at a discounted price. And all the pharma companies do have a moral responsibility to provide those essential medicines uh, in to some countries as well as to majority of the countries where the incidence is very, very high. Uh, and when you look at some other disease areas such as cancer and cardiology, the governments are now making a mandate that the pharma companies should also consider different pricing strategies for developed countries and developing countries. So I might have uh, uh, price X in US, but I cannot charge the same price to country like Philippines or India or Malaysia. Depending on their GDP, depending on the affordability, you have to have differential pricing which is available. So a lot of companies are now coming up with different pricing for different markets, or they may not launch the product at first go because they want to reap benefits from the developed markets, but slowly they will reduce the price. They may have different other strategies such as patient assistance programs, where they might give free drugs as well, or maybe a discounted price drugs to patients, where they definitely benefit more and more patients. And government is actually driving that. A lot of developing country governments are also driving these things in the recent things. So cost effectiveness is definitely helping. They assess these medicines from the cost effectiveness angle, and they try to help their citizens. A very good question.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the next question is from Mirza Aminur Rahman, who says, how do you handle the problem of negative QLAYs when treatments improve quality but reduce survival? Should these be interpreted differently in economic models?
Yeah, again, one therapeutic area which comes to my mind, on top of my mind, is cancer, where we know that a particular medicine, if there's a patient who is at the last stage of, say, pancreatic cancer, or who is not going to survive, we know as a physician, we know that he's not going to survive like 3 months. But if we provide the intervention, and if it is reimbursed by the government, if it's not paying out of pocket, at least that medicine will retain the quality of life for that patient, and patient may not suffer from pain or from some other ill side effects of the medications. And in that case, I guess it still makes sense to provide, or rather provide that intervention to the patients, where you have quality adjusted life years, but you may not help patients survive longer. Patient will die, but he will die peacefully. I think that's also very critical and very practical approach of some of the physicians, and that's critical as such.
Yes, sir. We have one more question from Shanmuga Priya who says, thank you, Sameer. When we talk about strategies to make essential medicines truly accessible, I often heard broad concepts like cost effectiveness and equity. Could you point out to one well-known current global strategy or policy framework that actually drives this in practice, especially one that focuses on ensuring marginalized populations are not left behind?
Yeah. Uh, Again, the things like, some of the highly prevalent diseases in our region, such as I would give example of polio, where the government of India, for example, they've picked up polio since many years back, and uh, they've included all the vaccines in the NLEM, and they're actually procuring from different vendors or different companies and providing it for free for all the citizens. I think that's the best approach, and I guess such kind of initiatives help to eradicate these diseases from the entire country, and we have seen the benefits of doing that. And I'm sure the government is now looking forward to other disease areas such as tuberculosis, which is nowadays becoming more and more prevalent again. And now I think government is taking active steps to eradicate TB, which is definitely not that easy. But through NLEM, I'm sure that they'll be able to help patients or identify patients first, and then treat them for free if they're using government resources. All these, most of the highly prevalent diseases are also covered by Ayushman Bharat. The Just to take care of that equity, because all the below poverty class people are covered by Ayushman Bharat. Now that revolves around the equity and not just the equality, right? So uh, no matter where you live or where which class you have, but I think if you go to any hospital that is providing Ayushman Bharat initiative, then you'll be covered for 5 lakhs, which is a good amount. And it may get extended to more as well if it is valid, or for few disease areas like cancer. Nowadays, government is actively involved in reimbursing more than 5 lakhs as well in some cases. I hope that answers the question.
Definitely,
Yes.
Dr. Sameer.
Yes, so I think that's it with the questions that we have got. Thank you once again, Dr. Gokhale, for sharing your expertise and valuable perspectives with us today. Your session provided remarkable clarity on the evolving landscape of HEOR and its crucial role in shaping the future of healthcare. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very
We
much.
Thanks,
Have
Dr.
a
Sameer, for joining us. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, we now move on to the next session for today that is especially relevant to many of our participants here. India's life science GCC boom, top roles and skills powering the hiring wave. This talk will be delivered by Dr. Neeraj Mehta, founder of publishing and healthcare consulting at Nested Knowledge. Dr. Neeraj Mehta, highly accomplished professional with over 20 years of cumulative experience in the publishing and the life science sectors. Dr. Mehta holds a MPharm and PhD in drug discovery, along with a PGDM in marketing and international business. He is the founder of Publishing and Healthcare Consulting and co-founder and advisor at Indigenous Context Solutions Private Limited. He also serves as a consultant to the Nested Knowledge and Maverick Publishing Specialist. Previously, he has been associated with several reputed organizations, including the Trend MD, Research Solutions, Digital Health, Digital Science, Panthea, Smart Analyst, and Wiley. His academic and research contributions included 6 patents, 4 international journal publications, 3 international conference presentations, and over 35 national conference posters, including 4 Best Poster Awards. He'll also share what skills and competencies are most demand in this evolving landscape, making this session especially useful for students and young professionals looking to build impactful career in this field. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone that we will have a Q&A session, so please keep your questions ready. Please welcome Mr. Dr. Neeraj Mehta. Over to you, sir.
Hi, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to participants coming in from different parts of the world. Thanks a lot, Richa, for giving me a chance to interact with the researchers, which I usually, kind of love to interact with. And I usually refer Richa and her husband, Dr. Mahendra, as power couples of your industry.
Thank you, sir.
And it has been a long association. So Richa and I are alumni from the same institute. And the initiative from Dual Sphere and Climate is really great, because we at our times hardly got any chance to interact with our peers, industry leaders. It gives a great platform to the researchers, to know more about the industry, which they would be probably joining in. So what I did was I gathered some stuff referring to some highly valuable reports from coming in from Ernst and Young, KPMG and all, collated this a few slides which will give an idea to the participants about the industry. They are going to probably join in couple of years. How big is the industry? How is it growing in India? What kind of companies have set up GCCs in India, and things like that. So I'll jump into the presentation, and I would encourage the participants to park in their questions at the end. And if at all anybody wants to connect later on, they can connect me on LinkedIn anytime. I hope my screen is visible, Fatima.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
So that's the topic for today. GCCs, life sciences GCCs in India, and top roles and skills powering the hiring wave. So that's about me, which Fatima has already covered. I'm a researcher by heart, and I've been associated with funding bodies like CSIR, UGC. I've worked in Panisha Biotech, Smart Analyst, which is Putnam now, and Wiley for more than a decade. I'd been a consultant with a few companies offering AI solutions to publishers of life sciences like TrendMD, Digital Science, Research Solutions, Reprint Desk, and co-founder with Ingenious and consultant with Nestle Knowledge. So Nestle Knowledge is the company through which I came in very close to this industry, because I act as a consultant for them in helping them make some introductions in the GCC market in India. Before I start, a small disclaimer: the views expressed during this lecture are my personal views only, coming from my educational and professional experiences, and do not represent the views and opinions of the present and past organizations I've worked with. So there is no commercial benefit or sponsorship or marketing fee charged from any of these companies. And the logos, features, and offerings of the company shown in the presentation are meant for creating awareness among the researcher community and not for any commercial purpose. Firstly, for the audience, you know about pharma industry, biotech, surgical, medical devices, so on and so forth. What are global capability centers, in short form GCCs, and why are they needed? So a GCC is typically an offshore entity fully owned by and managed by the parent company to execute specialized business functions such as finance, accounting, R&D, IT, HR, clinical trials, publication planning, market access, sales and marketing, and so on and so forth. Why are companies opening up GCCs? Because they want to overcome talent shortage and competition, to have cost savings and full control on the process. Faster time to market the drugs is a very important beneficial point for why the companies are opening GCCs. Fourth point is consistent and efficient global operations, so that they can have the same policies for the GCCs. So GCCs typically are like, I would say, twin centers for most of the pharma companies in India, and to have a 24/7 business continuity. So organizations typically challenged by talent shortage, high operational costs, need for scalability, and inconsistencies in global operations need GCCs as a stable and strategic platform for sustainable growth and competitive advantage. Most often, GCCs are confused with other form of the operational entities which most of the companies usually have. So they are like built, operate, and transfer models, offshoring and outsourcing models. So the basic difference is that GCCs are fully owned subsidiaries of the parent company, whereas the built, operate, transfer are the entities which are formed in the beginning and then transferred to the client at end of the term conditions. Offshoring is typically the vendor is most of the times responsible for the compliances happening in the local region, and outsourcing is offshoring something to a third party, wherein the client actually has a minimal control on the process. So that's the basic difference between GCCs, BOTs, offshoring, and outsourcing companies. So why India is the preferred and the best destination for GCCs, typically the life sciences healthcare GCCs? That's because of these four reasons. Because of enabling and core functionalities which can be outsourced, which can be taken inside, cost advantage, and the GCC presence is very high in India. So India is basically a preferred destination for highly cost-effective operations with abundant talent pool to scale operations. And the other regions following up India are Kuala Lumpur, Manila, Philippines, followed by Europe, and LATAM. All of these regions have their own advantages and disadvantages. But if you see India, it's at the top with almost all the preferences at either high or very high level. Just to give you a broader idea, almost 50 plus healthcare and life sciences GCCs run 95 plus centers in India, employing over 3 lakh professionals working in different fields. It could be IT, clinical trials, publication planning, HEOR, and many others. Over 15% of total GCC employees in India work in healthcare and life sciences GCCs. So the other GCCs typically are automotive industries, IT, and the other industries. And 20% of the healthcare and life sciences GCCs have got their centers in more than 3 cities in India. So I'll be covering all of these centers in a separate slide, which is coming up. So why is India a preferred destination? Because we have got abundant skilled talent. There are about 2.7 million professionals in life sciences sectors. There are 2 million STEM graduates, so science, technology, engineering, and mathematics graduates, and medical graduates, sorry. There are 110,000 new medical graduates coming up every year, followed by almost like 70,000-80,000 graduates coming in from different pharmacy colleges. India is cost effective and it delivers high quality inputs in comparison to the other countries. India is already a matured offshoring, outsourcing, and GCC market because of the infrastructure and talent available. Time zone advantage. So India falls in middle. So most of the companies prefer the Indian time zones, which is a preferred destination now. Cultural and communication alignment. So proficiency in English and deep familiarity with the Western business practices ensure seamless communications. And lastly, the central and state governments in various states have taken a lot of initiatives in terms of tax relaxation and other beneficiary schemes, which are attracting a lot of multinational companies to open GCC centers in India. So this is a small summary of where do we stand in terms of the talent. So we are ranked 4th globally for the research output or publications. There has been an 8-fold growth in number of patents granted over last decade. There are thousands of active startups which are funded by different government initiatives. And we are a 3rd largest tech startup ecosystem in the world. So all these circumstances which are preferred, positive points for the multinationals to open GCCs in India are attracting a lot of investments from these kind of companies in India. Now coming to key imperatives for life sciences and healthcare GCCs, what are the pushing or pulling factors for these GCCs to be present in India? So there are 5 main imperatives for the life sciences healthcare companies. First is the talent imperative. So talent for multinational is no longer just a resource, it's a differentiator now. 70% of the GCC leaders feel that innovation is their top priority. Second is the operating model evolution. GCCs are being restructured to operate as business partners rather than transaction units. So they are no longer so-called cost-effective centers. They are now the center of excellence for most of the pharma companies in India. And they play a vital role in enterprise-wide programs and executive decision making. Build capabilities for future. So companies have directly jumped into opening functions like R&Ds, medical affairs, regulatory affairs, pharmacovigilance in all of these GCC centers in India. Driving transformation, GCCs are increasingly positioned as transformating engines, especially in the areas of AI and automation. And last is the ecosystem leverage. So India has got a vibrant ecosystem, thousands of startups, great academic institutions, and a lot of government initiatives, which has pumped up money in these kind of initiatives in India. Just to give you a broad idea about at least the top 20 companies, top 20 pharma companies. So typically the functions taken care in GCCs can be divided into 2. First are the enabling functions like finance, HR, supply chain, and IT. And you can see from the figure that almost 60-70% of that workload has been shifted to GCC centers in India. Now coming to core functions, you can easily see that 50% of the core functions, which include drug discovery, regulatory affairs, medical affairs, and commercial operations, they have now all been shifted to different GCC centers in India. So these are a couple of government initiatives taken at a national level. DPPIT, Make in India, Digital India, and business reform action plans by Government of India, and several other programs like India AI Stack, Mission for Accelerating Financial Inclusions, lot of initiatives by Ministry of IT, tax benefits, skilling programs, data governance frameworks. These have all been incorporated in all the strategies at the central level. And different states, especially Telangana and Karnataka, they have taken their own initiatives by setting up pharma villages, genome valleys, and infusing crores of rupees in setting up of these GCC centers in India. So this gives you a broad idea about different pharma companies, medical devices companies who have opened their offices in India over last 2.5 decades. So you can see virtually almost all the top 20 to 25 companies have now their GCCs set up in India. Talking about the GCC maturity spectrum, we are now sitting at GCC 8.0 in terms of the evolution of GCC in India. So GCC 1.0 was late 90s when most of the companies were actually opening up GCC in India because of cost saving processes only, followed by early 2000s when the main focus was building small and disparate capabilities and consolidating operations, which shifted gears in late 2000s in forming GCCs involved in single capability centers to multiple capability hubs. And the real change came in the start of second decade of this 21st century, when most of these multinationals started operating in India with their big GCC centers. And these are then followed by GCC 5.0 adoption of digital technologies, GCC 6.0 establishing hubs of creativity, GCC 7.0 digital twinning and global integration, and then currently we are standing at GCC 8.0, which is focusing on an accelerated qualitative leap forward, virtually transferring more than 50% of the core functionalities of most of the multinational companies in India. Now, this gives you a holistic picture of the number of GCC centers as well as the employability or the employees working in these centers. You can virtually see that Hyderabad and Bengaluru, they together have more than 60% of the GCC centers as well as the number of employees working in these states. Bengaluru ranks the first in terms of these centers having more than 33% centers and 35% people working in these centers. And in recent times, tier 2 and 3 cities like Vizag, Pune, they have also invested a lot in opening up these GCC centers in their respective areas. This is something which is already covered earlier, but just this will give you the context of how much capabilities have been shifted to India. So these are typically the business functionalities, and these are typically the IT functionalities. And from here, you can figure out that most of the multinational companies have virtually shifted almost everything from drug development to clinical research to manufacturing to commercial operations to post-marketing surveillance and market research and data and digital capabilities to in India. And the forefront runners are like Novartis, AstraZeneca, Novo Nordisk, which have shifted virtually everything in different capability centers they have in different states in India. So these are the operational frameworks which we discussed earlier, and different multinationals operating in these operational frameworks. Now, just to give you a broad idea, where do you stand in terms of the progress and the next decade? So we are sitting at almost $90 to $100 billion in terms of the revenue. In terms of global capability centers, we almost will be reaching about 2,500 GCCs. Sorry. From current 3 million employees, it's gonna increase by more than 50% in next 5 years. And that would be the average cost for a fixed time employee in the coming years. In terms of the trends, the companies would be expanding functions in legal, marketing, procurement in these GCC centers. LSHS GCCs are emerging as innovation hubs, accelerating R&D, drug discovery, and other functionalities. And the Indian GCCs will increasingly partner with academic and research institutes to drive innovation. Most of the companies, they already have started these kind of initiatives like Pfizer and all. They've got tie-ups with big pharma academic institutes like NIPER, Punjab University, and others in terms of the academia and industry partnerships. Now, this slide gives you a broad idea about the number of employees working in these individual big pharma companies. So Amgen, AstraZeneca, Bayer, Bristol, Lilly, GSK, Johnson. As you can see, they've got multiple centers in different parts of India. And these are the number of employees working in these centers, followed by Merck, MSD, Novartis, Novo Nordisk, Pfizer, Roche, Sanofi, and Takeda. Altogether, this slide itself include more than 50,000 employees. And the other mid-sized companies and small companies have already invested a lot in employing more people in these centers. Now, coming down to the second part of my presentation, which evolves around the skill sets and the trends which the industry is looking at, the kind of people they love to employ in these GCCs. But before moving to that, I would love to mention about the research project lifecycle, because from Richa, I came to know that most of the audience would also be coming from the academic institutes. We all know about the research project lifecycle. It starts with the plan and purpose, followed by setting up the experiments, managing the protocols, and then close out with the thesis or the outcomes of the project. But most often, what we subconsciously don't know is that these four headings are actually a diverse cycle which includes further subsets like methods, collaboration, data collection, reporting, dissemination of the results, developing hypotheses, conducting literature search, and all. The reason for showing this slide is subconsciously, as researchers, we all do this on day-to-day basis without knowing that the whole research cycle actually empowers us with certain amount of hard skills and soft skills, which are the prerequisites for getting into these big GCC centers. So I would encourage all these researchers to kindly, revisit this research cycle in a very formal way to gain maximum hard skills and soft skills, which are the prerequisites for getting into these GCCs. So talking about the hard skills, so these are typically drug discovery and clinical trial operations, regulatory affairs, medical affairs, clinical research and data management, pharmacovigilance, quantitative statistical analysis, literature review and reference management, scientific writing, presentation and communication skills, publication planning. And the below mentioned are typically the IT skills, which are add-on for the pharmacy and other medical graduates. And these are typically few of the soft skills which most of the multinational GCCs are looking at when they are hiring the candidates from academia. So that broadly includes adaptability, communication skills, feedback seeking, proactive approach. Multitasking is something which is very much required in these multinationals. Networking and collaboration skills, supervision skills, thinking out of the box, writing proficiency, and others. So I came in this wonderful website which talks about not only the hard work, but also the smart work. So these GCC centers will typically look at people who can handle and just not follow processes. People whose communication goes beyond circling back in form of PPTs, in form of mails they send internally to the peers and all. Thirdly, tech savvy doesn't mean knowing Excel anymore. I remember in our time when we were writing the resume, we used to mention that we guys know how to do PowerPoint, Word documents, Excel and all, but that is not the prerequisite right now. So a knowledge of bit of automation, AI, digital collaboration tools and all is an added advantage for the researchers who want to jump into the GCC industry. Cultural fluency, uh, not just that you have worked in an MNC doesn't mean that you have got a cultural fluency. Ability to work in gray areas, the skill of saying no. That's very important when you go and start working in these GCCs, because it's sad, but for most of the companies, GCC land up being dumping grounds for sending the work which nobody like to work in the multinational offices. So diplomatically saying no or pushing back a bit is a wonderful skill which you will master when you join these GCCs actually. The right kind of leadership, even without holding a position. And the skill no one wants to admit is critical, is patience basically. Because of these organizations being massive, being big, the changes are very slow. So you need to have patience, because the decisions are going to take a lot of time when you join these GCCs. So you need to have a little bit of patience while working in these GCCs. Talking about the strategic consideration for talent development in GCCs, most of the companies are now having three-tiered talent development approach, preparing new graduates, in which practical hands-on experience is required. So I would encourage researchers to opt in for internships, because most of these GCCs, they like to work with the fresh interns. Even if you're not getting any stipend, I would still encourage you to work for at least 2-3 months, knowing more about the culture and the work and how do these GCC operate. Then obviously they do have their in-house teams for upskilling the existing professionals so that they don't waste much of time in educating these guys and bringing them onto the desk to perform the activities. Industry academia collaboration is something which is a preferred mode, as I mentioned earlier, that companies like Pfizer and all are tying up with the big institutes in upskilling the efforts for clinical research and regulatory affairs. And then continuous learning and training investment, which the companies are making. Another aspect which is encouraged by a lot of GCCs is intrapreneurship, not the entrepreneurship, but the intrapreneurship, in which they encourage the new employees to come up with solutions, to come up with new ideas and all. So that is something which is highly encouraged in these kind of centers basically. I would also encourage the audience to go through different government portals which are run by Government of India. So Skill India Mission, National Skill Development Corporation, Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council. These are a couple of great websites in which you get a lot of courses. Funding innovation and deep tech. So Fund of Funds is another initiative by Government of India. And then Make in India, India Mission, biotech parks, and different initiatives by different state governments are something which are free resources for researchers to look into and gain some extra knowledge. Last but not the least, I would encourage the researchers to stay engaged, keep learning, unlearning and relearning. That is a everyday job now. I remember when I joined my PhD, I never thought of doing an MBA because I thought I would be working in an R&D. But ultimately, I landed up getting a job in typical sales, and I did my MBA again. So sometimes in your lifetime, you have to unlearn also. Doesn't mean that what you've learned is now useless. That doesn't go in waste any time during your life. So keep learning, unlearning, and relearning while doing all of your studies and professional life, and keep reading a lot. Keep your network alive. Wherever I go, I always tell people that stay in touch with your alumni and alma mater, because these are the actual guys who are working in different industries, and they are gonna be your handholders in getting you not only the knowledge, but sometimes maybe the door entry in getting a job. Talking about references, so I refer to multiple reports by Ernst and Young, KPMG, OPPI, BioAsia, ANSR, and other websites. Another aspect which I want to cover here is copyright. So I ethically and legally and professionally went to all of these bodies and seek their legal permission to use their insights, their diagrams, their figures and all. So ethically, being a researcher, you should always seek a permission from the respective institutes before putting up anything from their resources in your presentations. So I'll wind up my lecture by saying that the best way to predict the future is to create it. That's by Peter Drucker, who is the father of modern management. And we all are lucky that technology and innovation in healthcare will redefine how we deliver care, and India is at the center of this transformation. Best of luck for all your future endeavors. For those who want to reach out to me, you can take a screenshot or you can scan this QR code and reach out to me on LinkedIn, and keep on increasing your network. That's going to help you in a long run.
Thank you, sir. All the UIPS memories just came flashing. आपने सारा याद करा दिया. In few pictures, you
Yeah.
reminded me of all the 6 years that we have spent there, including our
Yeah.
department, our labs, student center, Rajma Chawal. Everything just came flashing in one instance. It was wonderful to hear you, sir. It was lovely. Guys, please feel free to drop in your questions to sir.
Yeah, you can always reach out to me on LinkedIn. It's not a technical session, but the questions are always encouraged. You can reach out to me later on also. That's not a problem.
Sir, that is the point of this whole conference, because some of the things which can be taught in the textbook, they can learn. But these practical experiences which you all industry leaders bring in, it's very hard to find. And as you said in the beginning, I wish somebody would have taught me this, like, or we had an opportunity to interact with such personalities when we were studying. Right. So that's the difference we are trying to bring in, sir.
Yeah, I mean, upskilling is something which is more sorted out in these days. And it's not always about job, I would say, but it's always about getting ready for the job. And the candidates who are proactive in doing these kind of add-on courses and all are certainly going to get some added advantage and edge over the others, basically.
Definitely, sir. And we have to avoid becoming irrelevant and redundant. And
Yeah.
learning, unlearning, relearning, I think these are the keywords which will keep us all going. For myself, also, I was telling in the morning that being in Singapore, I leave no stone unturned in attending all AI conferences. Few months back, कुछ नहीं आता था मुझे, right? I'm not saying I'm there, but still, I'm trying to learn and follow as much
Yeah,
as
I
I
mean,
can.
some of the conferences in India are totally free. Me and my
Yes.
wife just returned late night from a conference on neurology,
Yeah.
which is not having any sense to my business at all. But therein I got some 3-4 contacts from pharma industry, and who knows, they're gonna give us business and some more contacts in future.
Yes. And networking is also important as an entrepreneur. Like, I don't say no to any meeting because you never know what works for you. And it's very, very important to network people, to learn from them. Even I attended one accounting and business show last week, right? So if let's say tomorrow I upscale, what are the changes that I need to do, right, in the operational system?
I did a course on accounting. I did a course on entrepreneurship from IMB, very small course.
Nice.
And later on, the prof who was actually the head of that course called me for delivering a lecture to the next batch.
Awesome, sir.
That was really encouraging for me.
Mm. Amazing, amazing, sir. Any questions from anyone?
If we have any questions today.
Please feel free to reach out to him on LinkedIn as well. He likes interacting with everyone. Yeah. So, Fatima, we can move on.
Yes, absolutely, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Mehta, for that insightful and inspiring session. You have shed light on the tremendous growth of India's life sciences GCC sector and the skill shaping its future. Truly valuable guidance for everyone aspiring to build a career in this dynamic field. We appreciate you for sharing your expertise and time with us today. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Up next, we have a session on a very exciting and practical topic, which is RWE study designs from data to evidence. This discussion will be held by Dr. Saurabh Kumar, Principal and Head of Real World Evidence and Health Economic Studies at IQVIA. Dr. Saurabh Kumar has over 20 years of experience in health sector and has spent more than a decade with IQVIA, contributing as an oncology thought leader, health economics, and RWE expert. He was instrumental in setting up the Oncology Center of Excellence for Global Delivery of Oncology Projects. He established the Global HEOR Delivery System at IQVIA, responsible for delivery of literature reviews, medical writing, and health economic modeling studies. He was involved with the design and delivery of complex RWE and HEOR studies across multiple therapeutic areas, supporting both strategic and operational aspects. In his current role, he leads the RWE and HEOR team in India, overseeing study design, execution, and delivery across diverse therapeutic areas. He is responsible for driving business growth, expanding client partnerships, and strengthening the strategic footprint of RWE and HUR capabilities, and plays a key role in shaping thought leadership, mentoring teams, and contributing to the evolution of innovative evidence generation framework. He has authored multiple peer-reviewed publications and is a regular presenter at international RWE and healthcare conferences. His thought leadership is recognized through invitations to speak and train at healthcare management institutes. He is a council member for the ISCR RWE Council. In this discussion, we'll explore how RWE study designs are applied in practice, their regulatory significance, and the value they bring to healthcare systems. Before we begin, a quick reminder, we will have a Q&A session, so participants, please keep your questions ready. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Saurabh Kumar for this insightful session. Over to you, sir.
Saurabh, are you able to unmute yourself or wait?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Saurabh, we can.
Yep. Hi, everyone. I know many will be from different time zones, so good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all. Thanks for the nice introduction. I'll be happy to present about this real-world evidence. And like in the introduction it said, I lead the real-world evidence and health economics and outcome research team for the India business in IQVIA. I'd like to share my screen if you can. Okay, it has been allowed. Thank you. Okay, fine. So let me just... Let me know if you can see the screen.
Yes, Saurabh, we can see. Please make it full screen.
Okay,
Yeah.
so real studies, real world ones, how we generate the evidence. So when it comes to real world studies, so before I start, just a standard disclaimer that everything that I mention here is basically by me. not to be used outside. And I have the sole responsibility for any kind of comments and not from the IQVIA side. So let's go on to the major part. One thing, what exactly is a... So why we need this kind of a real world evidence kind of a thing? What's the relevance of it? So if you see currently the budgets, and a lot of time I'm sure we are reading about what the budgets are and what kind of resources are available to us. So these are very much limited. And currently what we are seeing that a lot of new molecules are coming up in the market where the cost may be huge. You may have heard of molecules for spinal muscular atrophy, where the prices can go up to 20 crores of rupees, right? So now when I have to go to a regulator or to have to go to some reimbursement authority, I need to provide what the value of it, right? So that's the reason that currently the real world evidence is taking a lot of effort and a lot of importance when it comes to kind of approving as well as reimbursing the molecules that come to the market. Also, the molecules which have been in the market, how to assess their value, that also makes a lot of importance when you are working on it. Before we dive into the details, I'm sure a lot of people would be knowing it, but just for a benefit of the broader audience, I'd like to take through all these three definitions. First is the real world data. So real world data is any data that is collected outside of the clinical trials. So this data can be from your variables, from the EHRs, from the EMRs, from prostheses, from your phones, from your any kind of a system which is outside of the controls. And I'm collecting a patient data that comes as the real world data. So if I take a data, say the recent has been the COVID, right? So in COVID, the data would have been coming from different sources and they would be giving different insights. So one insight did came up that COVID has seen higher or has a higher incidence in diabetic patients or in elderly patients. Now that was an insight that came out that, okay, out of 10,000 patients, maybe 5,000 had COVID, and of that 5,000, maybe 2,000 had diabetes. Now that's an insight for me that, okay, diabetic patients have kind of a generated kind of have a higher incidence of having a COVID. Now, how do I generate to an evidence? Now I had 10,000, I extrapolated to 11 lakh or 1 lakh people, and then see that this stays the same way it is. And I'm getting different sources, different populations. So now I'm generating kind of an evidence that says a couple of things about the patients, that patients who had COVID, higher incidence of having a diabetic patients had a higher incidence of COVID, and also the incidence of having complications was higher in these patients. Now this is kind of an evidence that we generated when there was COVID across the globe. So that's what the real world evidence is. So when we are working in the real world evidence space, these terminologies are important because a lot of times questions come, we just want real world data. So that time you just need to provide what's needed is that they need to see what kind of a data exists. They need to have evidence, then a proper full-fledged study may be done. So where does all this data is required? So 20 years back, a lot of time, give an example in our organization, a lot of you would have heard ISPOR conference, right? ISPOR is completely a very famous one. Everybody wants to be in ISPOR Europe. Everybody wants to be ISPOR US. And those who have been there would have seen it's such a busy conference every time. So we had one of our senior guys who was like one of the very much person who has been there in health economics and real world evidence for last 30 years. So he used to make a joke that in 2005 or 2000s, in early 2000s, ISPOR used to have only 500 attendees. That's all, right? But now if you guys have been there, it's a full conference. What has happened? Why such a change, a drastic change in last, say, 20 years for such kind of conference, and why so much of interest? The reason is that currently there is a lot of requirement and a lot of importance that has been realized for a real world evidence studies. And how it has been made possible? It's because of the technology that has come up, the technology that is enabling these kind of studies, which will come to later on, which makes it easier for us to conduct execute, and also manage the cost. Now, when it comes to use of this, the use of the studies, you can use it right from the development part of it. You don't need to do it from phase 4 or after the launch of the molecule, but right from the development part of it. So when I want to see that, how a patient is treated. So if I'm developing a new molecule, say for example, I'm looking for diabetes. If I'm looking for it, I want to see which doctors does a patient goes to first thing. What kind of investigations are ordered for that patient? What kind of ranges are there in that patient? How the patient proceeds from one doctor to another doctor, how the treatment is initiated, what kind of a sequencing is done, what kind of a dosing is done, what kind of frequency is done, right? What it gives me is that this is what the treatment of patients are in a diabetic scenario. What it helps me is I'm able to design my study which has appropriate endpoints, which has appropriate patient types, which has appropriate PIs, and which has appropriate kind of, I know that, okay, if I'm bringing a molecule, which is say, I have to take it 4 times in a day, and the patients who are already getting treated are not adhering even to 2 times a day, that gives me an insight that I need to work on my dosing part of it. Okay, so that's where the development part comes in. So that gives me a patient journey part of the study. Then you have patient characteristics. I being an oncologist, so I can get examples from cancer only, mainly from cancer. So in lung cancer, 20 years back, it used to be a cancer. Okay, lung cancer, one thing. Today, if you talk about lung cancer in an MD exam or any exam, you will be failed because lung cancer is not one exam, one cancer. It's like 20, 30 cancers. So I need to know what are the characteristics of these subtypes, the subpopulations that have come in. ALK positive patients, do they have a better outcome, or do they have a worse outcome? Do they have higher brain metastasis? Do they have less lung metastasis or liver metastasis? So I need to know everything. Before knowing that, I can't start my trial or I can't start my development. I can't start development of an EGFR inhibitor without knowing that EGFR percentage differs in Asian population and in the US population. So these are very important. Again, that comes from the real world studies that are done. Treatment patterns, like I already mentioned. Is it being described as reimbursement criteria? What kind of adherence? Are they able to take it or not? All those things. Then cost of care, which is again an important part. And then what kind of resources are used to actually treat the patients and what kind of a duration, etc. is there. So if I want to see again for diabetes or say for oncology, lung cancer patients, if I need maybe 2 days of stay in a hospital, if my molecule is bringing in say 4 days of stay in a hospital, that's not going to work. That won't be having a adherence, and people will not be ready to accept this kind of a treatment, which increases the stay by 4 days or 2 days, and leave people. The regulatory authorities would question me that why do we need such kind of a molecule which is increasing the use of this healthcare by this number. So these are different things, and I think it is needed across the development of the life cycle of a molecule. Once it is there in the market, which we call mature phase, there I need to look at long-term clinical outcomes. So a lot of people would have heard of CAR T therapies. Now in CAR T therapies, you have to generate long-term follow-up evidences. You have to follow for 15 years because we want to see what's happening after 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. A clinical trial will be ending maybe in 6 years or 7 years. Okay. But the new kind of side effects or new impacts can come after 20 years or 30 years also. So there I need to have a very long-term clinical outcomes reviews for people. We need to have a head-to-head comparative effectiveness. The drug may be, so a lot of times when we are doing a clinical trial of phase 3, my comparator would be different, right? But when my molecule comes to the market, there is not that just one single comparator in the market. There would be tons of comparators in the market. So when a doctor has to make a decision, he needs to see not only the comparator, he needs to see whether he or she needs to see whether it is better or at least comparable to the available options that are there in the market. So that's where again I need to do a real world study because I can't go on doing 100 studies across 100 comparators. So if you see the real world evidence, a lot of time the confusion or the understanding is that real world evidence is needed when you have launched the molecule and it is in the market and doing a phase 4 and beyond studies. Whereas the real world evidence has its role right from the point that we think that we need to develop a molecule. Okay, I'll not go through the entire table. It's just a couple of things that will take up. Randomized controlled trials. So first and foremost is about the terminology. Usually when you're doing these kind of phase 1 to phase 3 trials, we call them trials. But when it is a real world evidence, we call it studies. That's the standard kind of a terminology that are used when we are working on these kind of studies or trials. I'm sure a lot of people would be knowing the differences, but a simple analogy to compare these is that you are doing a study when you are in a randomized control trial, you are doing a study and looking at the results as if you are studying it, as if you are doing this study sitting in a Mercedes. Everything would be fine, climate controls, everything there, everything, seats are comfortable, everything fun and fit and fine, right? Your results would be really great, really good. But that's would be just 1% of the population that would be doing that study in a Mercedes. Real world evidence is when you're doing the same study while sitting in a state bus. That's where the 99% of the population would be. And that's where you need to see, because there it's not going to be a climate control, no hugging seats, no ventilated seats or massager seats, etc. It would be a very real life scenario where you need to present those results. If your molecule is able to present that in that kind of a scenario, that means that yes, it does have an impact on the healthcare system. So when it comes to phase randomized control trials, what we look at is the term we use is that molecule efficacious? That does it work in a particular type of a patient? When it comes to real world evidence, we call it effectiveness. Is it effective in the real life scenario? Okay. So that's what the major differences are, right? Between real world randomized controlled trials and real world evidence. So when we divide these can be two types at a broader level. One can be retrospective, another is a prospective. I'll come to these details. I may be in the next slide. Okay. So first, I'll come to those retrospective and observational later on. Not the observation, but it's a prospective one. So basically real world evidence, when it's retrospective, it's self-explanatory. What it happens is I want to look at the study, what has happened in the past. It looks at the outcomes, it looks at the events. The benefit is that it is faster, it's low cost. And secondly, the benefit of this is that I can get insights quite quickly. Where do I use it? I use it when there is a molecule which is already launched in the market, which is already there in the system. And I want to see that how the trends have evolved in the past. Just for example, if I take diabetes, look at metformin. If somebody asks that I want to do a study on metformin, I really don't want to do a prospective study. Metformin has been used for maybe for 40, 50 years. So I can just get the data from the databases. It can be EHRs, it can be EMRs, claims data, etc., or registries, and see that how the trend has been, in what kind of patients has been used, what kind of outcome that it has presented. Okay, and going forward also, we don't anticipate a much change in its use. Even if there are new molecules that are coming up, the use may reduce a bit, but overall, if it has stayed similar, there's a less chance that it would be a difference from a use perspective. So in these kind of scenarios, we prefer to have a retrospective study. When it's like, it's already there, long time, nothing changing. I want a quick insights. Are there any new things that have come up in the past recently that I can look at? Okay, so that's where we look at the retrospective study. Now let's come to example of COVID on a prospective study. I'm sure you would have heard about long COVIDs, myocarditis, and a lot of things. Now, those were prospective studies because COVID itself was a new disease that came in. That's first part. Secondly, when the vaccines were developed, I mean, that was the fastest vaccine that were developed by any time in the recent history of humanity. So we kept on studying it, and we saw that there are patients who are developing myocarditis, there are patients who are developing long COVID syndromes, maybe because of vaccine, etc., or kind of other changes that will come in. Or when it comes to uh, kind of the side effects that were coming up. So those were prospective things, because those are new things that were coming up. So whenever you are kind of evaluating a new molecule that is going to impact the paradigm of a particular disease, then it is relevant to do a prospective study. Or new molecule like CAR T therapies have come in. We have never seen what kind of a side effect would come from CAR T therapies, or what kind of responses would come from CAR T therapies. For that, I need to do a prospective study. There I need to see that, okay, what happens to patients after 5 years? What happens to patient after 10 years? What happens to patient after 15 years? Because if I am increasing the lifespan of people, then I need to see that it's not just limited to, say, 2 years or 3 years. I need to see a longer scenario. So that's where we look at the prospective real world studies. So this is the major difference that is there between the retrospective and the prospective real world evidence study designs. Okay, so coming to a bit of a details. First is the retrospective study designs. So you can have a cross-sectional, case controls, cohort, database, chart base, registry, interrupted time series. So this is just, I mean, these are just ways of how I decide or how I divide the data. In cross-sectional, again, very much kind of self-explanatory. I look at a very particular single point. I look at what has happened at a particular cross-section. What's the status, say for take 2 years. If I want to do a study for diabetes, I pick up, okay, in last 2 years, how the diabetes has changed with the GLPs coming in, with the new molecules coming, SGLTs coming in, how that has happened. So I take a cross section, I see that how many patients are there on particular area or particular thing, particular therapy, and I calculate it, or I can get to see that what is the disease burden, what is the treatment landscape which is there, how they are being treated, because treatment is not going to change a much. Again, because I would see that, okay, the patients who have been there for, say, 2 years on diabetes therapy, they may be having a poor HbA1c or a better HbA1c control with particular molecule. So that gives me a cross-sectional thing that, okay, this is what it is, which I can just see that, okay, this is the burden. Case control, again, pretty much self-explanatory. When I have to look at patients who have a disease and who don't have a disease, I can get this from a data, right? If I want to see that, okay, again, from diabetic side, the patients who are on metformin comparing the patients on SGLT2, are they performing better? I don't need a prospective study because these both molecules have been there in the market for a long time. So again, it's not something which is going going to differ a lot. And it does gives me about what kind of differences in treatment in terms of side effects, in terms of outcomes that come in. They're usually used for rare diseases, and they help to identify any potential risk factors which may have been missed in the past. It's possible that when I've done a clinical study or a trial, that time my randomization was different and things would have changed now because of new conditions coming up with new enzymes being identified. Recently, there was an enzyme that was identified that can actually affect the use in particular patients, but that was just because of the real world evidence that was done. So things change, and that gives you an idea that can this be a reason for a particular condition. Retrospective cohort, I can go back and look at how the things have changed, looking at the risk again and how the work can be done. Then you have the databases. So sometimes we get from the insurance claims are there. We look at what kind of trends have been there in terms of getting the claims, what kind of which diseases are increasing, which are decreasing, which are increasing, what kind of technologies are being used, what kind of molecules are being used. So I can get a data from a particular insurance or from a regulator, and I can do that analysis, right? Another is about chart reviews. where we look at the patient records. Again, we extract the data and look at, are their outcomes normal or not? Okay, or are they kind of match the clinical results that have come in. Then is about registry based. Now registries, in India, we have cancer registries, we have hemophilia registries. Again, they give you a outcome and pattern, and it's a very focused registry, right? I mean, it would be having a patients who are only part of a particular disease. For cancer, it may be type of a cancer that would be there, that you would be looking at that, okay, I would look at only the cancers which have, or breast cancer or lung cancer patients. So there you can do such kind of analysis and track them on a regular basis, do health economic assessments, and that helps you. Interrupted time series, which is quite an interesting one, where we look at what has been the impact of health policies. Best can be the Ayushman Bharat that has come in, right? We can look at how the treatments were being done previously, what kind of patients were getting treated, what kind of procedures have started to come up now, what is the cost, what kind of patients, what kind of outcomes that have come in, how it has impacted the overall outcomes from a health perspective in the Indian scenario. So these are different type of study designs that can be done from a retrospective perspective. In this, like I said, you don't need huge cost. They can be done very quickly. By very quickly, I don't mean in a day or two, but as compared to prospective, they are less cost and quick to be done and can be used for generating evidence from a retrospective perspective. Then is the prospective study designs. I'll go take up few ones. First is a prospective cohort. So like we had retrospective, we just look at the exposure of both, compare the both sides and look at a group that how is it performing in the coming years. So this is mainly for the new molecules that have come in. Next is about the pragmatic clinical trial. Now, pragmatic means very close to what the study was done. So basically what you do is you design those kind of conditions which were used in a clinical trial, and then you set those conditions in a real world setting. And then you see, does it work in that kind of a setting or not? So that helps. Registry based, we already have, already have mentioned that registry based studies are there. It can be done prospective. I can follow those patients going forward in the future and collect how they're performing. PRO studies, patient reported outcomes, or PROMs, which we call them as patient reported measures. What we do here is we have these kind of questionnaires, which are standard questionnaires available. And then these are circulated with the patients, and you then see what does a patient feels, because when patient comes to me, I'm giving him or her a treatment, management of things, right? A lot of things would be from a psychological perspective, from a physical perspective. Okay, that I may not be capturing, or that something which I may not be much looking into. The patients may have that I'm not able to do my routine work, or previously I used to run maybe a kilometers, now I'm not able to run. Now, from a medical perspective, it may be that patient has to get cured. My focus would be more on a cure side. But when it comes to patient perspective, it may be a big thing for him or her that now they're not able to do the things easily which they were able to do previously. Now that's where the PRO studies come in. And these are very specifically relevant when we are working on oncology, on mental diseases. All those things work a lot because that is relevant. And then you just proceed, can we do some kind of a support system for the patients to improve their quality of life? That's where the quality of life comes in. Surveillance study, you follow up and look at the kind of how the particular events are happening in a particular population. Health economics and outcome research studies, again, you collect the data related to cost related to treatments, which can be direct, indirect, how they are being utilized, and how the outcome and what's the value a particular treatment brings if it comes to the market. Digital health monitoring, a lot of people currently use Apple Watches, a lot of people use different trackers. So studies can be done and are being done using these kind of trackers. Just to give you I've given this example multiple times, that the Apple Watch software is actually approved by FDA from a data collection perspective. So you can do a study using that data. So these are digital health monitoring, and these are coming up with new aspects, which are more like, we call them digital biomarkers, because there the things are different. The data that will be coming is different. The insights that we may generate is different. I'm sure a lot of people would have heard recently that you may not need 10,000 steps, 5,000 are enough. Now what's happening, and that's just my hypothesis, but what's happening is that when we started collecting the data on a very regular basis, we started to see, okay, 10,000 is something which is giving you good results. But now with so much of information coming in from different trackers, people tracking day in and day out, it would have been seen that when you extrapolate it to a huge sample size, even a 5,000 at 5,000 starts to kind of plateau it. So 5,000, 6,000 may also be good. Okay, so that's something which coming again from a digital health monitoring studies that you can look at, you can monitor the study, monitor health using these kind of a digital tools. So these are prospective study design which are used in real world evidence. Now easier said than done. When you have to execute a study, these are the key steps which are there when you are doing a real world evidence study. It would be involving a study initiation, data collection, management, analysis, and reporting. Looks beautiful on the slide. But when executing it on the ground level, it's really a fun and interesting phase, because you face a lot of fun things, a lot of things where you have to go around and work out. So I'll take you through the journey, a quick journey. I know it's already, I think 4 or 5, so I have around 5 or 10 minutes. So I quickly take you through each step, won't take much time. So first is study initiation. So we have to initiate the study. So first we have to see that do we have the relevant population present or not? Are there experienced PI or not? I mean, if you want to do a study in say spinal muscular atrophy and there are no doctors, it's difficult. Then you have to look at, is the data available from a EHR registries perspective? So basically you have to see that you may go to a hospital, but do they have EHRs? Because if there's no EHR, then it becomes very difficult and challenging to capture the data. So once you have the study sites, you identify the sites, you identify the investigators, you have seen that there is a kind of infrastructure that exists, that's perfectly fine. The things may go parallelly. Then you design the protocol that how I'll be doing this study, what would be the clinical research form, how will the translation, the consent, everything that is set up. You set up the electronic data capture system, which will be, because what will happen is when you capture data from different sources, if you're capturing it, say, from 10 hospitals, the format would be different because the hospitals don't know that you want to do a study. Okay, they have been collecting it based on their comfort. So what you will be getting is different formats from different hospitals. So you need to have a simple single format so that you can do the analysis. So when it comes to EDC, so EDC helps you to capture the data in a particular format so that it's easy for you to do the analysis. Okay, so you set up the EDCs, you set up the CRF, then you go to, so each hospital would be having or you need to have an ethics approval because you are going to collect data from the patients. So it is extremely important that you have an ethical committee clearance, which says that, okay, from a confidentiality perspective, for patient concern perspective, this study is fine. So once that is done, this is the major part, the study initiation. Once that's done, then you start the data collection, which is more like screening the data, enrolling the patients based on the certain parameters. So you start capturing them. You may have a first patient, first visit, which is a standard kind of I would say a milestone kind of a thing where you say, okay, the first patient and first visit happen. We've captured the data. We look at what kind of data is flowing in, what kind of inputs are coming in what format. Is my EDC taking it in a format that I can analyze? Once they start to flow in, I'd look at the follow-up. So once the follow-up, basically I'll go back to the patients or to the doctors and ask them that, can you make sure that if I'm doing a prospective study, I may ask them that, okay, the patient has to come after 4 weeks. Is he or she coming in? If they're not, how can I bring them for the follow-up? Once that's also done, I mean, this is the follow-up going on, then the data entry into the EDC keeps on happening and a prompt check keeps on happening, because a lot of times you may get entries which may look really random. Age 99 years or gender XYZ, or you may get which may not be clinically relevant, prostate cancer in women. Okay, so that kind of things you have to look at. A validation, or you may see, just for example, kids disease in adults or adults disease in kids mentioned on the forms, right? So these kind of gaps do happen. Okay. Or you may have a gap saying that the doctor has not entered the gender of the patient. Now, age is still okay, but not entering the gender is not possible, right? You may not have asked for an age, that's perfectly fine. A gender not entered, that's again becomes a challenge. So we have to go back to the clinicians, make sure that the data is completed. Once that data collection is done, then we come to data management, where we do kind of clean it up. Like I said, we send the queries to doctors. We do a kind of source data verification where we look at a certain percentage of data that has been collected, that has it been collected correctly, or are there any gaps? Once that is done, then we call it as a database lock, because once my queries are done, the data is entered, everything completed, I do a database lock, which means after this, there will be no data that will be entered. Any data that is entered after database lock is like there is a concern from a study design perspective and the integrity of the study. So it has to be very carefully be sure that we have everything before we make a database lock confirmed. Once this is done, next step is quite simple. You do the analysis based on the SAP or statistical analysis plan that was done. You'll analyze it, you develop the outcomes, and based on that, you report the findings and send it for a publication perspective, to which can be to a journal for a publication, or maybe used in the conferences. So that's a usual process that is followed when we are doing a real world evidence study. The process is similar whether you do a retrospective or a prospective. In retrospective, you will not have follow-ups, so that's a major difference. But overall major structure is similar what we have here. So that's the structure. That's the usual way that we do the real world evidence studies. So these are some examples which are there where the real world studies have actually been used. So it's not that it's still been in an experimental phase. These studies have been done in India and abroad. And if you see multiple example, palbociclib has been given expansion approval for spinal atrophy, the new drug approval granted because you don't have a patients, right? You didn't have a patient with whom you can compare. So you had to do a single arm trial, external control single arm trial to see how it is affecting. COVID vaccines, again, there was nothing to compare with. And there was no time to do a phase 1, then phase 2, then phase 3, going for 18 years, it won't have helped. When it comes to payers, again, this is something which is used for GLP agonist. And from our own India, there have been studies where they have led to expansion of the indication for rheumatoid arthritis for hydroxychloroquine. So these studies are being used and are making an impact when it comes to when it comes to increasing the usage of a molecule or evaluation of a molecule in the market. From an India perspective, we had in 2018 HTA technology assessment in India was launched, which is actually evaluating now, doing the cost effectiveness analysis, looking at RWE designs. So they are aggressively working on the real world studies and health economic studies. Currently, the push is from a Western data to Indian context, because like I said, I can take an example of EGFR lung cancer. The European population may have it around 15 to 20%. In the Asian population, it can go up to 30%. So currently the focus is to have insights from the local Indian population. Okay. So there is a focus that clinicians would ask for, that I need a data from India side, how they are responding to a particular molecule. And in this, the government has also taken great steps. First and foremost, last year, the government actually allowed that you can do a phase 4 study. An RWE can be done, a regulatory, without a phase 3, but not for all the molecules, but for specific molecules, you have that kind of a provision where the disease is niche or the data has been there. So you can do such kind of studies, which improves the access to the new molecules that come in. Then we have developed registries for diseases like thalassemias, drug-resistant TB, heart failures. So there are these kind of registries which are being developed, because once I have this kind of registry with me, it helps me to do analysis quickly. I don't have to go back again and again to each hospital to look at how the patients are being treated or what kind of a trend is there. So that helps, right? Digital health is there. You've been hearing about all the digital plans that are being done. EHRs are getting digitalized, insurance claims are getting digitalized, health apps for RWD collections. So there's a huge focus on digitalizing and using digital tools for collection of data and using it for the betterment of the healthcare system for India. Industry is also now accepting it a lot. Like I said in the previous slide, there are real-time examples where the Indian companies have used real-world evidence to expand the life cycle management or expand the label for a particular molecule. From an opportunity perspective, what it gives is basically it helps me to actually design a studies or have molecules which are specific or which will work better in Indian population. Health economics, which is again a very focus area of HTIN. It supports from HTA submissions and value-based pricing. So it looks at how the pricing is being done and value molecules that come to the market. And this all because once to do all these studies, it helps you to delineate what kind of new guidelines exist or what kind of clinical guidelines exist in current scenario, rather than the ones which have been designed in the past few years. So it helps you to make your guidelines better and better over the time period. I think this was my last slide. Yep. So that was all from a study design and how we do the real world studies and some examples of the real world, how it has been used and how India is embracing the real world evidence in its use in the healthcare sector. So any questions would be happy to take.
Hi, Saurabh. Thank you for the wonderful session. I have one question before everyone asks. From being an oncologist to leading real world evidence teams, how has been the journey so far, Saurabh? Anything you can share with us? We can learn from your career journey. Saurabh, I need to unmute, I think. 1 second. Give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, so journey has been great. Been out of clinics for last 20 years, gonna be around 20 years. Been into real world evidence for last 8 years, and it has been fun. I mean, it's really exciting to see how the field is evolving. When I started on a lighter note, I was not aware. I was not knowing that is health economics outcome research part of RWE or RWE is part of health economics and outcome research. Okay. That was the status that I had at that time, that I was not aware of that kind of thing, but started to see that how the field is evolving. And it was a very new thing. It was very much new concepts. We have done these trials, but this kind of things where you're getting data from different areas, different kind of questions that come in. So it's exciting, I would say, because you get to see new trends. You get to see new aspects which may not have been delineated in the clinical trials. You get new type of patients, you get new type of insights, and these may not be very different from what's been there. Obviously, I mean, a molecule treating a diabetes will not cure cardiovascular in real life, but at least you get to see that, okay, this molecule may not work in a patient who is having a diabetes with the renal disease, right? Or the efficacy goes down. So that helps, right? That makes it a bit exciting, and you get to see any kind of a new response rates. So that is helpful. And then navigating the journey of real world evidence study is itself a very exciting one. Anybody who wants to learn how to have patience, how to deal with different stakeholders, stakeholder management, how to face surprises in life. I mean, you get a real plethora of interesting part in doing one study. I mean, we handle multiple studies, but it's a fun learning from a science, from a psychology, from aspects of this exciting.
And because you deal with multiple stakeholders at
Yes.
different levels. Yeah.
So it's
Okay.
fun.
Another question I have for you, Saurabh. Saurabh, I know that you read a lot of books. So any particular recommendations? Any new ones?
So I've recently read a book called Brief History of Intelligence. It's a very wonderful book. Read about it. It starts from two-celled organisms, how they work and how the brains have evolved. It's a brief history of intelligence, they call it. And it tells you a huge amount of information about very interesting thing. They tell you about how animals have evolved, how the brains have evolved, and how that has been actually used in developing our machines and our robots. So just give you an example. I don't know, I've not used that, but you have this robo cleaner, right? Robo cleaner which is
Yes.
there, right? So, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but like I said, I've not used it, but I read it in that it says that it can go just front and back, right? It can't go like it can't go revolving or something. It go direct and back and forth. It can go. So that's basically a very much kind of a very basic aspect of of organism. So that idea was actually taken from the initial organism that they couldn't go up front and back. Sorry, they could go only front and back. And also when there is a food needed, they would just go to the food where the food is. That's all. So that's what they have done, that they have taken that idea. And when it senses that has a less battery, it actually automatically goes to the battery part of it. So those kind of aspects, that how it is being used, how the technologies are being used in uh, the learning from how the intelligence has evolved, it's really interesting. It's like you have LLMs. LLMs, I mean, again, I was not aware, but it says that LLMs do not, I mean, they don't think, they look at the probability, what's the next word, most probable word that should come in after this word. So when you write a sentence, it will look at the huge amount of data and see which word has the highest probability to come next to the first word that is there. Okay, so that's how they generate the sentence in sequencing. So that's the way that they've used, and that is the way how the brain thinks on a probability side. It's a nice book, interesting one, but yeah, it's fun. It's a good how we evolve.
Thanks, Saurabh. Fatima, I think we have questions for Dr. Saurabh.
Yes,
If you
ma'am.
can.
One question from Akansha Verma, who says, thank you, Dr. Saurabh, for taking us through the trial designs thoroughly. It is always a pleasure listening to you. Would like to ask, what are the common design pitfalls are seen when translating raw data into decision-grade real-world evidence?
Uh, Not design. I mean, you have biases, you have gaps in data. Like I said, if you're doing a retrospective study, you will see a lot of data gaps because that study was not done based on that you would be using that data sometimes, right? So that's one of the challenges. You have biases that come in. A lot of time I said the data may have been entered incorrectly. Now, in a prospective study, I can go back and talk to the doctor, but in a retrospective study, if the age has been entered as 99 years, it's not possible to correct it, right? Then I have to do these kind of activities, right? Or designing, a lot of time, designing, what happens is, uh, and these are real life examples, okay? I mean, so once you design endpoints, or once you collect, once not the endpoint, but suppose you want to collect PFS or calculate a PFS for a data, retrospective data, but the data that you are collecting is not in a way that it cannot calculate the PFS. So we have faced it, that we have collected the data, everything done very nicely, everything done fine, fit and fine, everything smooth. Once we got the data and we look at the end, we look at the like a journey of a patient, we realize that you actually can't calculate the PFS for this patient because the key aspects of moving from first line to second line is missing. So it's very important. So that's why you say that it's like the first phase that I mentioned, right? That's like sharpening your saw. Spend as much as time out there. Data collection is a very easy task. It's extremely easy, nothing difficult out that. You design your study structure from endpoint perspective, from a patient selection perspective, from an infrastructure perspective, hospital perspective. If anything goes wrong on that, then at the end of the day, you will be in a very good surprise that we can't do the analysis. And these studies are not small. These are like year study or a 1.5 year study. So just imagine after a year, you get a result that says that your entire year has been lost because of you didn't set up the design properly of endpoints, patients, collecting the data, the follow-up part of it. So what we usually say when we are designing that, read about the disease thoroughly to understand how the patients flow in it. Okay. How the patient, how which doctors exist, which centers exist where we can collect the data. So these are the major things that we have.
Yes, sir. The next question is from Dr. Vimal Arora, who says, thanks, Dr. Saurav, for a wonderful and nicely pitched clarification on RWE. I would like to share a query regarding the call on the authenticity of real-world evidence data and secondly, the acceptance level for the studies conducted on the basis of RWE.
So that's a very standard question we get. Are these authentic? I mean, so it's not about the authenticity, it's about the design. If I've taken the design properly, like I showed you the examples, right? These are being used, these are being actually accepted by the regulatory bodies. But there are certain guidelines for designing a study. These guidelines are released by FDA, these guidelines are released by EMEA, as well as by India and other regulatory bodies, that what kind of endpoints should be designed, what kind of comparators should be there, how the data should be collected, what should be the analytical steps that would be used. So they do look at the authenticity of it. I mean, they have the guidelines. So if you look at the clinical trials also, it's not that I mean, I don't want to take out the names, but the clinical trials in the past also have had their own gaps and misfits, right? So it's not that clinical trials have been all clean and clear. So gaps would exist until unless there is the data is being collected. It's more about how you do the study. So the regulatory bodies do accept it if that has been done as per the guidelines that has been given by the particular regulatory body. EMEA does it a lot. I mean, you can, I mean, I don't want to advertise IQVIA, but there is IQVIA Institute from where you can download these reports. These are white papers basically and extensive reports where they tell you that which molecules have been launched using just real world evidence studies. Okay. And they are increasing on a daily basis. Okay. So the authenticity is increasing. Yes, it's a new standard, but the authenticity is increasing over the time period.
Yes. So next.
Maybe one last question, Saurabh, if we can have for you.
Sir is...
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah,
please, Fatima.
From Ms. Mirza Aminur Rahman, when translating RWE from the growth phase to the mature phase of a product, how do you account for the changes in treatment patterns and healthcare resource utilization?
So I didn't get, when translating from growth, how do you account for changes in treatment? So this is about the data collection, right? I mean, I look at, so if I take an example, say, how did I say I take an example of GLP inhibitors. Okay, so I would look at what was there before these were launched, and I'll collect the data on a retrospective perspective. Okay, I look at retrospectively what was the treatment pattern which was there. And then also what I can do is I can look at now the GLPs are getting launched and I start collecting the data. So this is we call it a ambispective studies, which is like combination of retrospective and prospective. So what I'll do is I look at my molecules getting launched. I look in the past to see, maybe say, for example, a new patient comes in. I start the patient on metformin. After some time, maybe I'm starting the patient on sulfonylureas, etc. Okay. Now the GLP has launched. Now I start to follow patient from a prospective study design perspective. I look at where this molecule is now being used, which kind of patient types it is being used. So I can get a complete picture of the trend, that how was it before this molecule got launched and how it is changing over the time period. So that kind of studies are done, and we usually call it as ambispective studies.
Yes, sir. I think that's it with the number of questions. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful session. And we are
Thanks a
really
lot for the opportunity.
glad to have you today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Saurabh.
Thanks, Richa. Thanks, everyone.
Good. Thank you so much, Dr. Saurabh Kumar, and a distinguished panelist, for such an engaging and insightful discussion. Your perspectives on how different RWE study design translate into data into meaningful evidence-based decisions truly added great value to today's session.
Sure.
Our next speaker is Ms. Ranita Tarchand, Vice President, Scientific Strategy and Client Success at Nested Knowledge. Ms. Ranita Tarchand, who serves as the Vice President of Scientific Strategy and Client Success at Nested Knowledge. She holds a Master of Science in Global Health Policy and Management from the Brandeis University. She brings extensive expertise in health economics, research methodologies, and health technology assessment best practices. In her role, she partners with life science companies to bridge the gap between science, policy, and operations, accelerating innovation and market access through evidence synthesis. She is well known for offering practical strategies that help organizations navigate the rapidly evolving healthcare landscape. She'll be speaking on global scenario for state-of-the-art AI tools in health economics and outcome research. In this session, Ms. Tarchan will highlight how AI-driven tools are revolutionizing evidence synthesis, modeling, and decision support, making HEOR research faster, more efficient, and more precise than ever before. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Ranita Tarchan for this cut-edging talk. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much for the warm welcome and the introduction. It's an honor to be here. And thank you so much to Dr. Goyal for coordinating
Pleasure
this.
to have you.
I'm blown away by this event. Just the presenters, the topics. I can only imagine somebody will walk away well equipped to either enter the world of HEOR or I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen. And today's topic, we are going to be talking about the landscape in HEOR and what does AI have on the scene? What is the current practice? Where do we stand now, 3 years in the making, now that AI has come on the scene and we've kind of been well aware of it. Lots of presentations have happened in the last 3 or 4 years about how AI can be implemented. And my presentation is going to talk about some real life lessons about that. And if I get a chance, I'm going to show a brief technology demonstration, but I'm going to try to be on time in case I have any questions. Okay, so let's begin. Like in that wonderful introduction, I am a health economist and an epidemiologist by training. Every day I work with pharmaceutical companies, contract research organizations, institutions that are doing systematic literature reviews, rapid reviews, targeted literature reviews, looking at the evidence to see, whether that's a successful HTA submission that could be to inform a publication, that could also be to really be at any stage in the life cycle surrounding, getting a drug to market. I'm going to be sharing a slide to that extent, but we are going to be focusing on the health technology assessment process in this presentation. Let's see if I can get this full screen. I hope that looks good to everybody. Feel free to let me know if not.
Yes, it's full screen, Ranita. Go ahead, please.
Fantastic. And I think an important question is why? Why is this really been on the mind of everybody in the last 3 years? Why have we had so many talks about it in global conferences? And I think what it boils down to is three main reasons. So evidence is constantly emerging. If you're going to be reviewing the literature, it's going to be out of date almost instantly, especially for disease states like oncology, rare disease, things where we're expecting lots of evidence to emerge all the time in our, in our daily lives. And as, researchers around the globe race to find cures and to find interventions that can help patients. The labor and the cost of literature reviews is very well known in this industry. It's complained about quite a bit. They take a long time. They can be out of date as soon as they're published, if not before they're published. It's an extensive burden that requires somebody with a lot of knowledge to be able to conduct. So the utilization and the resource use is just enormous. And then, of course, concerns about transparency. So, people are always worried, is this going to meet an evidentiary standard that we have? This is a therapeutic that's going inside the human body. We don't want to cut corners just to save on cost. That is being, compared with the opportunity. So I remember at an HTAI meeting a few years ago, Dr. Dalia Dawood, formerly of NICE, came and she stood up in front of the audience and she said the number one use case for AI is in systematic literature review. It is in evidence because they know that we have an enormous amount of evidence to be processed. It's an efficiency that is being leveraged in fields outside of, in the life sciences, finance. You're looking at government agencies utilizing AI, and so the challenge is how do we measure that with validity, transparency, and then not compromising on things like the rigor and the scientific practice. Now let's talk about some numbers. I would be remiss to not bring up cost as being an economist. And like I mentioned, a single SLR can cost almost $200,000. And I would say that being in this industry, that is a conservative estimate. They can go on the high end, $500,000, and on the low end, they can go much cheaper for something like a targeted literature review or gap analysis scoping review. I mentioned time burden. There was actually a few studies that was done on this to kind of measure how long would it take, somebody that has been in the field for quite a while, somebody that's highly skilled, PhD level, and they measured that it was 67.3 weeks to complete just a single review. So that is a mean time to completion. So it just takes an extensive amount of time to be able to get through this evidence. And we are talking specifically about HTA grade SLRs. So something that could be a clinical SLR or an economic review or a humanistic review that's feeding into a larger global value dossier. So that is one of the highest levels of evidence there is. And, we can probably say that that number is probably accurate when you're thinking about a first-in-class drug. Okay, I mentioned a few of these departments before. HEOR is not the only place where evidence lives. Actually, throughout the product life cycle, you will find evidence. Actually, it's hard not to find it anywhere. And when we're talking about something like medical affairs, or we're talking about something like RWE, which Dr. Saurav just spoke on his presentation, and I was inspired by that. We saw that all of these reviews, the data, it relies on the evidence to give some sort of background, some sort of story about what the landscape of the disease has been thus far. In the terms of HTA, we're looking at things like what is the competitive data surrounding the drug? What is the clinical evidence that to say that this therapeutic has, a place in the market? We're looking at what is the economic basis of a drug. In further years, we're looking at things like the humanistic value. What is that value story that we can tell about a given therapeutic when in terms of the humanistic angle and then also for the epidemiological angle of a country. So we'll see evidence kind of throughout the life cycle. And in the industry, I can tell you this is very segmented. So, data silos is a very well-known phenomenon in the pharmaceutical industry. The departments, they work kind of as individual teams and they don't really talk to each other. And so this sort of evidence sharing is pretty difficult without, some sort of technology to enable that and kind of streamline some of these workflows together. Okay, I want to ask this audience question, and if it's not possible to vote on Zoom, you feel free to let me know. I am used to actually Microsoft Teams, but if we could do a quick vote of how many have you used AI for your evidence review work thus far, feel free to raise your hand or do some sort of reaction, and we'll see if we can get like just a quick count, and we won't take too long, maybe just a minute or so to see who has used AI or automated tools in their work. Okay, great. Some hands going up. Okay, excellent. So sounds like we actually have the opportunity today to kind of start from scratch. Maybe some of you guys have been familiar with AI, but you haven't had the chance to leverage it in your work. And I will say, having been on the client role of this industry for a while now, I understand it's a challenge. This is probably the biggest barrier to adopting an AI. I wouldn't say it's the cost. I wouldn't say that it's any sort of barrier. I would say the main problem is just the knowledge surrounding it. I mean, it's hard to replace a system that you've been using, maybe for years for a lot of agencies. And when you're thinking about something like digital transformation or digital implementation, it requires a great deal of bravery to take on, a new technology and to learn a new system. So I'd say the number one, factor in trying to implement a new AI or automated tool into your workflow is that bravery to be able to say, okay, I'm going to give this a try and see if it's going to work out for me. And I think a lot of things like training, documentation, having a support system on the technology side, these are all things that contribute to a good learning experience and to a successful work stream overall. Okay, thanks everybody for participating in that poll. Okay, so the topic of our conversation today, I would be remiss to not talk about AI acceptability and what our current situation is across the HTA bodies. So I put this slide in. I'm not going to read all of it, but I'm hoping that we will be sharing the slides after this presentation. And if you get your hands on these slides, please make sure that you take a look at some of these statements that have been released. I have put quotations that I thought were particularly important to highlight, and I mentioned these two agencies, NICE and the CDA, in particular, because these are the agencies that have come out right out and said it that we will be accepting AI HTA submissions with certain caveats. So the main one that I want to highlight is the use of human in the loop systems. This means that cannot be fully automated. The design is still being run by a human, the process is still being run by a human, but we are using AI augmentations in some sort of in some of the steps of a literature review. The same thing with CDA. They based their statement off of the positions released by NICE in 2024, and they highlighted transparency. So while they did not make a recommendation on a certain technology or a certain method, they did say, please disclose the methods that you're using for, utilizing AI in your HTA submission. The most important thing to us is that, you are following the standards that are best outlined in their evidence guidance documentation for HTA submissions. But if you are using an AI, please make sure that you're reporting the transparency. I also put in this slide for some of the agencies that have not come out with formal, methods, but they are reporting like ongoing programs to evaluate how an AI should be used. So these are really agencies to watch. France and Germany. Unfortunately, I only put HTA bodies in Europe and in North America simply because when I was looking through the evidence, and I do this, probably on a 6-month basis to see what new evidentiary standards have come out, these were the only agencies that actually had formal statements. Even getting this CDA statement this year in April was a very big deal, and it was a huge implication for a lot of global HTA bodies because I find that a lot of agencies are looking to NICE, CDA, and the US for guidance on how they're doing their evidentiary standards. Okay, so earlier this year, I did present a topic for ISPOR's Health Equity Special Interest Group, and I put this case study in here as well because I want to put some applications into the theory as well. I'm going to be talking about some different AI models. I'm not a technologist. I'm not a developer. I'm a researcher just like all of you. And so I thought I would go ahead and present, a workflow that worked out for the ISPOR Health Equity SIG, and I thought this would be useful in kind of reporting how AI can play into some of this work. I also do encourage you that, because we do have a lot of young professionals that are attending this meeting, if I could give you one piece of advice early on in your career, you would find a lot of value in attending the ISPOR meetings, especially for the ISPOR India chapter, which is headed by Dr. Mahendra Rai, and under his leadership, I've just seen transformative things from this group. It's an incredible organization to be a part of, doing important work like this, but then also just keeping up to date with the trends and meeting key players in the global HTA and HEOR landscape. So that's just my 2 cents on ISPOR. There is a global meeting coming up in Glasgow, and hope to see you there if you're attending. Okay, in this case study, what we did was we took a look at how does different HTA bodies globally look at health equity. What is the priority when it comes to health equity? Or is it mentioned anywhere in the guidance? And if so, how is it utilized? And what this special interest group did is they went in and they took a look at two databases, PubMed and Embase. They had the duplicates removed by the AI in our system, which just works on, looking at PMIC and, PubMed ID, as well as DOI, deduplicating based on that, and then also similarity detections in the abstracts. So that was the first step that really utilized an AI. The second step, and probably our first, really intrusive AI is going to be the robot screener. So they use that for the screening process to have one human screener, one robot, and one human adjudicator. This is, of course, a replacement for the dual screening process using two humans, and this is in compliance with NICE's best practice to utilize machine learning algorithms for the screening process. Once the studies were included, they were able to go in and perform data extraction using an AI. This was powered by GPT-4, and it went in to, extract key concepts by reading the PDF and then extracting sentences from the abstract and the full text, which that were then exported and then also visualized in the nested knowledge system. So I would like to highlight here that in a typical process for systematic literature review, let's say, and I've gone in and evaluated processes for, the top pharma companies by market cap, like let's say 15 out of the 20 largest, as well as the top CROs in the industry. I will say that the biggest barrier to the kind of synergy and having project management, especially across time zones, is the utilization of, three or more softwares to complete a single review. Now, imagine having to work on an Excel spreadsheet that it needs to be worked on for your US team as well as your team in India. You're emailing a spreadsheet back and forth. You might also be using things like EndNote. You might be using a separate software for the screening. This is really cumbersome and can be really detrimental in terms of creating a really streamlined workflow. So one of the benefits that this special interest group found was that they were able to work across time zones between the U.S. and India. They were also able to track what the team members were doing, and they found that the human and AI system actually saved them time. It shaved off 3 months, and they were able to complete it in 2 months. The typical scoping review timeline was 5 months, thus far, and 2 months is just record breaking in terms of the output. Lesson learned. They agreed with the NICE best practice that there must be a human in the loop. They didn't think that, this is a process that could be fully automated, and I agree with that. And how does that human play into the process? They are the ones that are really doing the design. So, what variables are we studying? What is the research question? What is this? What does the protocol say? What's the scope of the literature? All of these are things that an AI really can't do. It requires a human to tell us, what exactly are we searching for and how are we going to measure it? And I would say that that is the ideal step in trying to perform a systematic literature review. You don't want to be too broad and collecting every variable under the sun, but you also don't want to be too narrow and not be able to make a conclusive statement regarding your research question as well. Of course, with AI, there's going to require training. So with the machine learning algorithm, it required, two humans to go in and train a model, screen at least 50 studies to perform the basis of that machine learning algorithm, and to monitor where that AI comes in. So, for example, what do the validation statistics say at any given point in time? At 500 abstracts, what does the model say? Versus at 200 abstracts, what does the model say? Okay, and I did get a little bit into the technicalities here, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about how these AIs work in this part of the presentation. And I'm just going to check in on our time. And AI models that are going to be key for evidence synthesis. Now, I did give the disclaimer, I'm not a developer. I am a health economist, and I don't spend too much of my professional life talking about different AI models, but I think it's important to know these three, especially if you're a young professional going into the industry. It does help to have some of these technologies on your side and kind of know something about what's powering them. So the first one that I mentioned was machine learning algorithms, and what this is doing is it's learning on the behavior of the researcher and creating these decision tree models that is able to apply to different circumstances. The one that I referred to and the one that is most common in the screening is going to be the machine learning algorithm because they're making a pretty a narrow choice. It's to include or exclude the study at a given point, whether that's at the abstract level or the full text level. Machine learning algorithm is mentioned directly in the NICE best practices. It is encouraged to be used in the screening process. And so, something to know about machine learning is that it's basing its model off of the researcher's behavior. Natural language processing, this is great if you're doing something with conference abstracts or you're trying to read a large amount of data at once. It's able to pick up on, patterns in the data and provide things like what are the most common themes that are being mentioned, things like PICOs, how many populations are being mentioned in these 500 abstracts. That's a really great example of how a natural language processing algorithm can work to be able to feed that data and then, compute some outputs based on frequency. And then finally, large language models. This is what everybody might be familiar with. These are artificial neural networks, and they are like GPTs, as well as, like people always refer to large language models as kind of, a prompt or being able to chat with it. And that's exactly how it works. It takes natural language processing a step further, and it's able to iterate on responsive things like PDFs. It's able to read and extract information. It's also able to respond to how the researcher is instructing it. So large language models, you're typically going to see them in the data extraction portion of a systematic literature review workflow, and that's really where they're best utilized. They can also be used for things like search strategy development, as well as more of like the outputs. So reading that Excel spreadsheet of variables that are being outputted as the final stage in your systematic literature review. Okay, and then I just wanted to mention a few other kind of innovative technologies that are coming out, and these are sort of emerging. So things I mentioned just things for a typical systematic literature review, so the screening, the literature search, the data extraction, but there have been kind of developments in other fields, such as doing AIs for network meta-analysis. I'd say this is a very hot emerging field right now, and for the most part, these are like Python scripts or, individual researchers going in and creating these automated systems to be able to go and do like a frequentist network meta-analysis for comparative clinical effectiveness. You also have things that are looking at extracting more complex quantitative data. So that could be something like a survival plot, where they're going in and trying to digitize a graph and then, extrapolate those results into an Excel spreadsheet to do further data analysis on it. And then just general data extraction. So things like NVivo and Atlas.ti are being used to kind of recognize what are the key variables, how are things being spoken about qualitatively, and then reporting the outputs as well. Okay, and then lastly, I'm going to talk about some biases and challenges. So, like I mentioned early in my presentation, it's difficult to learn a new system, whether that's Stata or SAS, Python, even ChatGPT. That has a learning curve because you have to iterate on the prompts to be able to get the exact output that you're looking for. No less, any AI that you're using for systematic literature review is going to be, partial to those biases challenges, especially when you're looking at the quantitative data. I'm going to highlight this because this is by far the most difficult aspect of trying to go in and extract. I would say even without an AI, it's still the most difficult part of any systematic literature review process, because when you're looking at arm level extraction, there's a lot of heterogeneity in how the data is being reported. One trial could report cohort 1 as being a key therapeutic versus a placebo, whereas another trial may separate it out by a population, or they may do it by a subpopulation. So they might report different primary outcomes. So this is a challenge that we face as researchers, not just with AI systems, but also just in general when we're looking to design a study. How do we choose that primary outcome, and how do we get the data to fit so that we can actually go about performing an analysis on top of it? Same thing with the qualitative information. How can we go in and make sure that the AI is collecting the correct terminology? And what this part really comes down to is being able to iterate on those prompts to be able to tell it, I'm looking for the definition of health equity, for example, versus, applications of health equity in global HEOR. So where the qualitative aspects come in is it's really about nuance. It's really about how you define different key concepts so that the AI can go in and extract it. And then are just general conclusions. While HTA bodies, some of the leading ones, have come out with statements encouraging the use of AI, or at the very least, being open to it, they have not made formal recommendations on the actual methods. They've just said that, AI is an important tool and it can be leveraged in this process. But, we are yet to see an HTA body come out with, for example, a best practice guide to be utilizing an AI system for an HTA submission. So this is still experimental. People are using this for HTA submissions. We have seen a small, number of HTA submissions actually going through successfully, but it's coming slowly, and people are really putting things into practice now, and I'd say that's coming 3 or 4 years in the making. And then, of course, there is always a bias, but I'm going to highlight here that the main bias that I would find, and I'd say the biggest risk when you're using an AI system is, don't necessarily use it for the writing. Publishers look for that sort of thing. They frown down upon it. Same thing with the HTA bodies. They are very clear that the process, can be augmented by an AI, but, using an AI for the actual writing is a completely different ballgame. And, you want to remain human in the loop rather than, relying on an AI to actually summarize your findings. Lastly, I did put together a little example of what you could use for like an economic review. I wanted to give an example of how you could design a study and then the subsequent data extraction that you could perform with an AI system. And if you have your phone, or if you're viewing this on a laptop, you can scan that QR code. It's going to take you to an example of one of my projects where I used the nested knowledge system to actually go about an economic review. I'm also going to put this in the chat so that anybody that wants to actually view it can. And I might have to ask somebody to confirm that they're still able to see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, so that's in the chat. And then are you able to see this page, economic model, CEA, oral anticoagulants?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. So just a quick example, I did looking at what's the cost effectiveness of these oral anticoagulants in the treatment of non-vascular atrial fibrillation. And I did a quick example, just conducting a literature search, looking just for the cost-effective analysis or relevant cost data for this particular type of drug. And then you can actually see the dual screening in practice. So what I did was I went in here, and if I was the researcher and I was trying to evaluate these 210 abstracts that came in from a literature search, I can go in, I can say, well, I want to exclude this study because it's a decision analysis. Maybe I don't have the intervention of interest, so I excluded it. And we're going to see that the AI actually makes its decision as well. So I said to exclude based on the outcomes, and the robot screener said to include. And I, as the human adjudicator, can go in and make the final decision. At any point in time, I can also find out how does the model fare. I would say this is the number one type of project that people will come in and pilot with. So if they're trying to try out the technology and trying to see what the validation methods are, they can go in and they can find out, well, how well does this model perform at any given time? And for any AI, I think that that's a really important step, is to find out what is the validity, with the system. Has it been tested? And if it hasn't been tested, how do I, as an individual researcher, go about testing the validity and the transparency on the process? So that's one AI. And then the second AI that I'm going to show, and for any researchers out there that are aspiring health economists or that are doing research design themselves, this is a economic model design that I did. This was going into like cost-effective analysis. So I chose a few different variables, things like what was the research question, what was the study design, what country was it based in, and then also looking at things like, what were the clinical inputs, the cost inputs, utility inputs, things that I would want to see for my CEA model. And then what happened is that the AI went into this PDF, it gave it a read, and then it took my questions, such as the research question, and it extracted it from the PDF. So we see I asked it the question, what was the research question or the objective of the study? And it answered it by just taking this sentence and putting it into the extraction form for me. So this is an example of a generative AI model, and large language model going in and reading a PDF. And I would say that it performs at about a PhD level. So like a student in a PhD program, maybe in their first or second year, because it can follow instructions, but sometimes it will go in and, it will tell me too much or too little. So this is really where the prompt engineering comes in to really target those results so that I can get the numbers or the results that I'm looking for to later go on and inform my model. We can also take one quick look at how does it perform on something like the model inputs. So I configured these tables because this is what's going to eventually feed into my, CEA model. And you can see that it's pulling things like the cost inputs, accordingly. What was the value? What was the range? What's the source, and so on. Okay, I think I'm at time. I want to take questions, and anybody that might be interested, feel free to let me know, or put it in the chat. I'm gonna stop sharing. And I will also leave all of you in this presentation with, this isn't an advertisement for Nested Knowledge, but I do encourage you, if you are interested in taking a try at an AI system, this is an easy one to get started. Everybody will get a free project by following that link in the chat that I put in. And I encourage you to give it a try. And like I said, it does require a lot of bravery. If you've ever logged into ChatGPT and you've given that a try, I commend you for that, because that does require bravery, and it does require learning a new system. So, put your foot forward and give it a try. And I don't think you guys will regret trying out any AI system, just because it can improve your professional development. It might even be the bridge to your next position. So I leave you with that, and happy to take questions.
Thanks, Ranita, for the wonderful session. There are questions coming up. Fatima, if you would like to read out.
Sure. Okay, so we have a first question from Shanmuga Priya, who says, Ms. Tarchan, your journey at such a young age is truly inspiring. Many of us admire how you've built influence and success in a world that often feels driven by capital, networks, and privilege, where so much of our energy is spent just trying to find a way forward. It would be an honor to hear from you. I once believed that education would be the great leveler, yet I have come to see that many young women like me, education alone isn't always enough to break through the systematic barriers, and be seen fairly. I would be deeply grateful for your guidance. How can young women rise with dignity in a society that sometimes values connections over competence? What mindset and actions helped you claim your own space and create opportunities even when the odds were not naturally in your favor? Any one practical thing we could start with.
Wow. I'm blown away by this. I have chills from hearing this. What exceptional writing too. I'm blown away by this. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for your recognition and for asking this question. I will say so just like all of you, I think education is incredible and it's what got me my initial standing here. But what took me the step forward is really the ability to make connections, to speak, to not hesitate in making, and building my professional network and entrepreneurship. I read once in an economic textbook on development. And originally, that's what I was studying was health system strengthening and really truly traditional economics. And it said what gives a young woman voice. And you know what they claimed that what gave a young woman voice? They said that economics, the ability to go out there and do work, any kind of work. I started my first company at 15, and that was working with dementia care patients, and that work was not below me. That was something that was incredibly important, and that allows me to not see a patient as a number, regardless of what the cost-effective analyses say. And I would say no matter what the work is, do it and make yourself money and get your name out there, regardless of what industry it is and regardless of what the position is. It's the most important thing you can do to give yourself that freedom and to give yourself that voice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And the next question is from Kabir Arif, who says, given the potential for generative AI to hallucinate or misinterpret synthesized finding, how do you validate that AI generated summaries maintain fidelity to source data during health technology assessments?
Excellent question. Yes, this is the number one concern, and I mentioned this in my presentation as well, that the risk regarding AI is really not in the augmentations. So regardless of what AI system you're using, the machine learning algorithms, it's still human at the end of the day making a final decision. The data extraction, it's pulling a sentence from a PDF, but it's not actually going in and summarizing a concept. Now, the risk is when you decide to take it a step further. You take that Excel spreadsheet and you throw it into ChatGPT and say, well, just tell me, what the ranges were, or, tell me, how do you summarize these 5 studies that I found to be key outputs? That is the biggest risk you can take, is actually in the writing portion of it. And usually that's where you'll be redlined by the HTA agencies or by the publisher.
Yes, ma'am. Next question is from Akansha Verma, who says, thank you, Ms. Tarchan, for a very practical session. Which regions or markets do you believe are leading the adoption of AI-driven HEOR tools, and what factors enable their success? Data infrastructure, regulatory openness, or payers' trust?
Oh, beautiful. Okay. I actually think that there are in the developing world, they're actually some of the leaders. So we work with the Scottish HTA body. We also work with the Argentine HTA body. So that's Argentina, and then we also work with ICER. Now they don't go in and turn on any of the AIs. None of them do, except for Argentina. And I've also been in touch with the Ministry of Health in Abu Dhabi, and as they are building their HTA system, I think a lot of developing nations are looking for best-in-class practices. They don't believe in building it on old systems. They want to build, a new beautiful HTA workflow on the best technology that's available. So I would say those are actually the people that are leading the cause. Whereas, global leaders like NICE, they have to be very careful on what they're, employing, because they really do have the world's eyes on them. Whereas, some of these nations that are just getting up and going, they have the flexibility of being able to say, well, we're going to just try something out and see if it works. So that's who I think is leading right now.
Yes, ma'am. And the one final question from Mirza Aminur. What were the most significant methodological improvements you observed when using the nested knowledge AI platform compared to the traditional manual reviews?
Okay, fantastic. So methodological improvements, sometimes I like to describe nested knowledge as kind of almost like a systematic literature review on training wheels, because it tells you exactly what to do. Like, you have the modules, literature search, screening, tagging, and then data extraction. You have some templates in there as well that follow the AMCP best practices and the NICE best practices. So I would say the best improvement is not in the efficiency, it's actually in the process. I always will say, AI will fill seats in a stadium. You can get, 300 people, 400 people in an auditorium saying that I'm going to give a talk on AI. But what actually wins the game for an organization is going to be the ability to implement a workflow that actually works, so that you can have your team in India and your team in the US working at the same time, and you don't have to email that Excel spreadsheet back and forth anymore. And most importantly, you don't have to go in and start from scratch. You can go in and update the existing systematic literature review rather than doing everything all over again when inevitably new evidence emerges in the next, year or less than that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think that's it with the questions. Thank you so much for the inspiring and futuristic talk. What a perfect way to round off the technical sessions of this conference. Your insights on AI's transformative role in HEOR truly gave us a glimpse into the next frontier of healthcare innovation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everybody.
Anita. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah, it was a
everyone.
great session
Now
and
next,
a lot of questions also. Thank you very much, Mr. Anita, for joining us.
Thank you so much. Next, I would like to give the stage to Dr. Richa Goyal and Dr. Ajit Singh. Your views, your points on this gathering. Please address us.
So I think this is the end of 3 days, the massive, the huge, and a grand success of this conference. The people made the speakers our wonderful guests, and a lot of learningful sessions, right? So it was amazing. I mean, I was discussing to Dr. Richa many times in between, and we were, working on many things, aligning the speakers and, aligning the presentations. Yesterday, our team were taking the presentations and, abstracts for almost 6 hours. The whole day, our teams were working on the speakers, and there were 120 plus abstract submissions and presentations. And today, you are going to get the results also, the awards also for that. So yeah, I mean, now I have a lot to talk, but later, over to you, Dr. Isha, right now. Thank you very much, everyone. Anyways.
Thank you, everyone. What an end to the 3 days of marathon event, which we started as a small idea, right, as Dr. Ajit says, and we kept on building on it day on day. We started with just let's have an e-conference on HEOR and RWE, and we were lucky enough to have the wonderful support from all the students, faculty members, industry leaders, budding entrepreneurs, consulting companies. When I look back at the agenda, I myself wonder how were we able to put all these things together. People joined us across the globe. I was asking Renata just before her talk, where are you? Which part of the world you are today? So we had people from US, Europe, Singapore, India, everywhere, I think, joining us. And I would like to thank all the speakers that without any hesitation, they just agreed on the Indian standard time zones.
Yes.
Nothing, not even a single adjustment was asked from our side. So we are really, really blessed to have such a wonderful lineup of all the speakers, students, dignitaries, guests joining us from across the globe. And what I can say is just this is just a start, just a vanguard of a forward looking community. And we will have many more such events. And of course, which will not would have been possible without your support like this one. So looking forward to more and more support from everyone. And a big thank you to the hosting team, Dr. Ajit. I know they have rehearsed, they have prepared everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
Thank
didn't
you,
skip
ma'am.
or miss anything. Fatima, you, Tanvi, and the entire team, I would say.
Yes, they were doing a
Right.
wonderful job. Yes, true.
Wonderful job, wonderful job. Wouldn't have been possible. People say virtual events are easier than the on-site in person. Okay, but believe me, virtual events also require a lot of practice, I would say, patience, rehearsal, and a hell lot of arrangement. So thank you everyone who have been there with us in this journey and will continue to do so. Thanks,
Okay,
Dr. Ajit.
guys, some instructions for all of you. Your certificates will be ready and given to you in the email or in the WhatsApp groups you are joining by Thursday evening. Everyone, by Thursday evening, okay? So a little patience is expected from all of you. Right, all the certificates will be delivered by Thursday evening. And yeah, we are sharing the feedback form, so we will be requiring all of you to share your suggestions, your feedbacks, and if you felt anything good, or you wanted some improvements in our conference or in sessions, or if you want to add more, or if you want to know more, if you want us to conduct more such events, please share your feedbacks in the feedback form. We will be sharing in 10 minutes. Okay, so now I think before we go to our guests, Dr. Hitsarma sir is here. Everyone is here. I think everyone has joined. Okay, so now let's go to our industrial partners. Let's go to our institutional partners to get their views. So from where we should start? I think we have all with us. We have Dr. Mahendra Singh Rathod, principal at Gitanjali Institute of Pharmacy, Gitanjali University at Udaipur, Rajasthan. We also have Dr. Vimal Arora from UIPS, University Institute of Pharma Sciences, Chandigarh University, Chandigarh. And I think Dr. Kavita has not joined yet. Let me just check once. From KAHT, she has not joined yet. Okay, and then we have our all industrial partners with us. So we will go one by one, and then we will get back to the final comments from our chief guest and guest of honor. So yeah, shall we start with Professor Mahendra Singh Rathod? Sir, over to you.
Yeah, so good evening, everyone. Are you able to hear me and see me clearly?
Yes,
Absolutely,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And today morning, when I entered into the college, and fortunately, I found that the six students who have presented the abstract here, and they were attending the conference, they are also here present. I just took the first task of the day, that what was your feedback about the session, that conference that you are attending. And they were saying, sir, truly, we were not thinking that what the type of things. I was knowing that the sort of speakers are there, the people who are having experience, the leaders like Dr. Rajput, Dr. Richa Goyal, Mahendra Rai, and everybody. Just I was knowing few of them, but I was going to the profile, and then what depth of the work they have conducted during their whole tenure. So this was an opportunity I was knowing. I was just able to transfer these things. Few students could understand, few could not. So those who have understood, I asked them, what was your learning, sir? It is excellent, marvelous, superb. So they were having wonderful learning. So rather, I would say that it was a wonderful initiative. I'm not the expert of the HEOR, but I am the expert of the student psychology, that how they can take the things. Since having the experience of 20 years in teaching, I understand the psychology of the PharmD students particularly, because I had been in this domain for last 13 years, that what they understand, what are the things. So for those students who are present here doing PharmD or have done PharmD or want to pursue their career in the different domains, Professor Rajput is also there. I know him, and he is also visible on the screen. So there is no student do complain, sir, कि we are not getting the job. I will say that jobs की कोई कमी नहीं है, आदमी की कमी है. Right person are lacking. So the training, this sort of conferences are very, very, very well designed to train the people, to train the students who are aspiring to make the career in the pharmaceutical industry in the different domains. One should go really work on self. This is my message to all of you. Opportunities की कोई कमी नहीं है. Let me tell you again. If I would have been at this place, then the time has gone right now. But so I can mentor the student. I can share my experiences with the students. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here, being the academic partner of this wonderful conference. I thank Richa Goyal, madam, Dr. Ajit, Dr. Rajput, all the organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for wonderful comments, and thank you very much for being our partner in this conference, being our academic partner in this conference. And I would, I can proudly say that many students from Geetanjali have participated in the conference, in the abstract presentations, and this was so lovely. I could see that. So, and the enthusiasm, you are giving to the students, and they have already in their mind, and they want to explore the new, this new domain of HEOR. It was wonderful. I could see them. So that was wonderful. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Dr. Vimal Arora.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ajit. First of all, warm greetings to each and everyone who is with us today. And I must thank the team from Climate Research Solutions as well as Dual Sphere Consulting for giving us this very opportunity to be partner of this very futuristic event. I'll be concluding this very part in a very short words, I must say, or a very short communication from my side. Reason being, the actions, they are quite good and representable as compared to the words. So rather than speaking much on it, I must say that hats off to you guys. The way you have done, the way you have executed this event, it was really wonderful. And hats off once again to whole team. Especially, I would like to appreciate Fatima and their team. They have that wonderful role. They have played a wonderful role. The way they have introduced the experts over there, the way they have taken care of question answer round, it was really good. And second, thanks to all my experts from industry. I must say that mentorship is really very important because this is the most challengeable part in pharma industry and academia edge. That industry is there, no issues, but the futuristic approach where industry is looking into or looking at, it's very important to share those very points with the students, like HEOR, RWE. These are futuristic terms, as if we talk about pharmacy in India or healthcare in India. So if we are looking into that context, yes, we should have that very pitch. And this pitch was really very nicely, correctly, and in a right manner. It was presented over here by most of the experts. And I must say one thing over here, that the way the contents were delivered, the enthusiasm which was shown, it was wonderful. It was really wonderful. And I wish all the best to all these future pharmacists and professionals, that please go ahead with such events, participate in such events, because they can really help you out. They can practically help you out to pave your way towards a wonderful career ahead. With these words, and a lot of thanks to Team Climate as well as Team Dual Sphere, mentorship of Dr. P.K. Rajput sir, Dr. Sharma over here, and academia leadership like Dr. Rathore is with us. Thank you so much. Thanks all for giving me this opportunity to share this platform with you all. Have a nice day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So guys, we have shared the feedback form. All of you are, you have to fill this. Okay. Actually, it is kind of mandatory part for all of you. Share your suggestions and feedbacks. Okay, Dr. Isha, can we call our industrial partners?
Sure. Maybe we can start with Pranab from Neurotrial AI.
That would
Pranab,
be
you're
great.
there? Do we have to unmute them, Dr. Ajit, or?
One sec. I think my team, someone can. I think we can unmute
Or I
everyone
will.
right now for some time. No,
Yeah.
they can. Now they
can.
can say, yes, yes, yes.
Pranab, you're there?
Yes,
Yes,
he's here.
yeah,
Yes,
I
yes.
just unmuted myself. No, so again, thanks everyone. I think there's a lot that has been said already in this, and I'm kind of quite amazed. I think with the kind of questions I had, it's easy to sit through some of these conferences, but I think it's difficult to ask the hard questions. So thank you for that. I think the organizers have been amazing. The attendees, I think, have been absolutely amazing. My only kind of feedback to all of us is, I think in this age where things are moving really, really fast, I would say curiosity is completely non-negotiable, right? I think what you need to do is you just need to be curious about everything that's around you. If you miss some of those things, it gets difficult, right, for us as we go in the industry. So, but again, thank you everyone for all the time that you've spent on this. I'm sure you've gathered information that is useful for you, and feel free to contact any one of us if you have any questions, suggestions, feedback. So thank you.
Thanks, Pranab. Thank you so much. We can have Suraj Madhavan from Invocep Global Solutions next.
Hi, this is Suraj here. So yeah, I had my talk this morning, and it was good. I mean, I saw the RWE was aligned. One of the good parts which I see is the topics were aligned, well segregated, and most of the topics were not overlapping, and there were different insights being given. So I tried my best to avoid as much as overlapping and duplicate information, but quite a good curious audience who are here. They had some interesting questions coming out, somewhere from a learning perspective. Sometimes, they wanted to refine their knowledge. So I'm sure this such events should be occurring regularly, and I'm sure more speakers will come forward next time, and more abstracts would be put in, and participation will be even more better. I thank Dual Spear. Richa is our strategic partner as well with Invocep. Invocep being a full service CRO based in Mumbai, Thane, and then that's where we try to collaborate with respect to full-fledged clinical trials and the RW and HEOR aspects. And thanks to Ajit from Climed to giving this opportunity as well. So wonderful. I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful moment, and wish everyone all the best there.
We were just discussing, sir, that I saw you in Manipal actually. Just 10-15 minutes back. I was seeing your photos with Dr. Girish and everyone. I was like, oh, sir is here. So I was just talking to Dr. Richa that, okay, if
World is
possible,
small,
then
world is small. World is
yeah,
small.
then she told, no, he's from Kundapura only. So I was like, definitely, if he's here, then I'll be catching up with him. So yeah, thank you very much, sir, for joining.
Thank you.
Thanks, Suraj. We can have Sampath and Narendra from FarmGen AI.
Yeah. Hi, Richa. Good evening. Yeah, Archit, good evening. It's like I can say, like, for the upcoming industry, like graduates, it's a Gen A era. It's like new booming. Like they can explore the agentic solution, how we use the .com bubble, like Google and search engines and all. Like they boost the career with the using of Gen A, using of the right way. So the exploring, attending these like conferences, and I can okay, gathering and networks. And so that's like I can say it's like how can I say, like, for industrial revolution, when we are using the bull cart to generation form of missions, like that the students have to learn the exploring the new skills and using the tools upgraded with the industry. So then only they can like grow with the industry skills, like that. So I can say, like, I'm excited this conference. Richa is like, when I was in the college days, I'm inviting Richa to attend the guest as a, my talks and webinars, and now I am coming into here. I feel like very surprised to me. So I'm a close friend of Richa. Like we had around 8 to 9 years of friendship we have, right, Richa? So Ajit is very new to me. So thank you. Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, Sampath.
Thanks,
Thank you very
Sampath.
much for joining us.
And
Thank you,
yeah,
and thank you for being our partner in this
Thank you.
conference.
Yeah.
And wish you and Narendra all the success in your
All the,
entrepreneurial
yes,
journey.
absolutely, all the
Thank
best.
you. Yeah, both of you.
Yes, who is next, Dr. Richa?
We have had our industrial partners, Dr. Ajit. Some of our team members wanted to share a few things.
Definitely, and we will even ask the audience if somebody, and our
Yes,
speakers also, because they
yes,
have been
yes.
the tremendous support for all of us. So we would
Yeah.
definitely ask them also for their
Yeah.
views, their comments, everyone. Yes, definitely. Please go ahead.
Sharmila, are you there? So she specifically messaged me that she wants to talk.
No, definitely. And let me tell that, Sarmila ji has been instrumental to, evaluate all the, all the abstracts yesterday. She was, there
Yes.
with us for, 5-6 hours, and she was taking care of all the things. And she was, enjoying that evaluation of this, of the abstracts. And she did a really good job.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, Sharmila, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning and good evening, everyone. A very warm greeting to all the distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, partners, and participants who have been part of this incredible journey. As an employee from Dual Sphere Consulting, I feel genuinely proud and a little emotional too. Please bear me. It is emotional as we come to close of this conference. When this journey begins, the goal was like simple, to create a space where science, technology, and policy could come together in a meaningful way. But what unfolded over these 3 days was far beyond expectations. It became a celebration of knowledge, collaboration, and inspiration. So, having the chance to work with Dr. Richa Goel has been truly inspiring. Her passion to do new things, her ability to bring together so many brilliant minds, and her dedication to making every detailed perfect. So that's what made this event so special.
So amazing. Yes.
Yeah, bringing experts, academicians, and students from across regions onto one platform is not easy. So, yeah, she made it happen with such
Absolutely.
grace and vision. Thank you so much, Richa. Yeah, I would also like to acknowledge the valuable collaboration between Dual Sphere Consulting, CledMed Academy, and entire hosting team, and the Kalam Institute of Health Technology and other partners, and like partnerships that truly reflect our shared commitment to bridging science, innovation, and public health impact. So such alliances remind us that when academia, industry, and technology come together, progress becomes not just possible, but powerful. Okay, so over these past 3 days, this conference has been more than just a learning experience. It's been a journey of reflection, innovation, and resilience. So we explored how RWD, like real world data and evidence, are reshaping healthcare and connecting clinical research with real practice, guiding smarter policies, and personalizing patient care through AI and advanced analytics. So we learned about collaboration, transparency, and the importance of ethical governance in science. And I'll tell, very important thing, what touched me most was realizing that progress isn't just about technology. It's about patience, resilience, and self-belief. So many speakers reminded us that challenges are inevitable, but staying grounded, seeking guidance, and learning from others, whether mentors, entrepreneurs, or even spiritual leaders, helps us move forward with strength and clarity. So every session, every discussion, and every presentation felt so enriching that I honestly can't believe it's already over. So it feels like we just got started, and I truly wish it could continue a little longer. So, because the learning energy and enthusiasm we have shared here have been truly remarkable. So, I want to express my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers, partners, and participants who made this event so impactful. And I carry not just new knowledge, but renewed motivation to keep learning, stay inspired, and approach every challenge with calm, courage, and purpose. Okay, and with your kind permission, I would like to share one final thought. Yes, okay. With over 18 years of experience in this healthcare field, I have realized that true success lies in the continuous pursuit of knowledge. So, to the younger generation, never stop learning, stay curious, keep exploring, and keep growing. I know some of you are asking about certificates, but let me tell you something with a big smile. Certificates are not just paper. While knowledge stays with you forever, what you have gained here, the learning, the exposure, the confidence, and the network, that's a real certificate you will carry for life. So focus on that and keep growing because the experience is already your biggest reward. Remember, continuous learning not only shapes your career but also builds your character. And as of one of our esteemed speakers beautifully emphasized, be proactive, interactive, and keep expanding your network. So, as we and I want to tell something to the some more minutes, some more seconds. That's it, Ajit. I'll leave. Okay, and one more thing I want to tell all the people who are presented the abstracts. I want to congratulate all of you. You have done wonderful abstract presentations.
Yes, absolutely.
And each of you showed dedication, confidence, and deep understanding of your topic. Please don't worry too much about your gifts or prizes because what you have really gained for these experiences is knowledge, confidence, and visibility. And that's far more valuable. So, just a few small suggestions from my side, things that will make your next presentation even stronger. First, try to enhance your use of advanced statistical methods and data validation so it's add credibility and scientific strength to your research. Second, make sure your methodology is clearly described. The study design, sample size, and analysis plan should be transparent and easy to follow. Third, think more about real-world impact and practical examples or policy implications to show how your work can make a real difference. And finally, communication is key. When presenting, please remember to switch on your video.
Yes.
It really helps create a connection with your audience. Try to maintain eye-to-eye contact through the camera. It builds confidence and engagement. So simplify complex points, speak slowly, and use visuals to support your message, but within time, not to overload it. So every one of you has shown great potential. Keep refining your research, keep presenting, and keep learning because each presentation brings you closer to excellence. So once again, congratulate all the presenters. You truly made the session inspiring and as we look and coming back, as we look ahead, I sincerely look forward to many more such conferences, Richa and all the partners, where we continue to bridge science, technology, and policy, and where collaboration like HEOR Climate, KHD, and all partners continues to inspire transformative work for the betterment of global healthcare. Thank you all for your time, your insights.
Thank you,
and
Sharmila. It was so inspiring.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it was
Sorry,
really
I have taken so much of
No,
time,
no,
but I'm
It's fine. And I think you have conveyed the message very strongly about the communication, about the presentations, and your experiences about yesterday's presentations and how they should do it. It was very good, amazing. Thank you, Sarmila ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Risha, we have some minute. Okay, we have Dr. Ronak Panwala here. He wants to share some.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Ajit and everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you're by.
Yeah. So this is more for the host and co-host, Dr. Richa, Dr. Ajit, and entire team. So, and all the participants. So, colleagues, if we talk to our fathers or grandfathers, they often tell that in our time, we were not aware what to do, where to seek information. And right now, also there is a lot of information overload, a lot of junk information is there. But what Dr. Ajit, Dr. Richa has done is like that, you see a masterpiece of movie, Bahubali, or anything masterpiece, you see a lot of time it goes in preparing in every part, action scenes, movie writing, scripting, dancing, all people involved, multiple visual effects and everything. Today, if we see, we had maybe faculties from like Pfizer, Roche, Evershana, everyone who is the best in their business. And what they are saying is that a future is with you. That's what they're showing. So the right channel they are showing you, and it was amazing, great hard work by this team, and it is futuristic as well as today's theme what they have brought it. So the proud you can see in Ajit's face, on Dr. Richa's face, and the hard work behind that, and day and night work. So compliment to you, Ajit and Richa and entire team. It's a very big thing you have done for all the participants. It's no small task. You have created a very, very big international forum, and I hope it is a baby step, and you will take it very, very big further for the benefit of all the participants. Continue, and participants. I must say it was a very, very big thing what this host and co-host have done, and kudos to all of you. Yeah, keep it up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, any other partners remaining, Dr. Richa? Any of the speakers? We have time. We will wind up by 6 actually. That's the time what we thought.
Yeah.
So we have a little time. Then we'll go to the sirs. Our sirs are also here.
Dr. Kanchana said.
Dr.
Ajit sir,
Kanchana, please, ma'am, please.
I want to talk.
Open your mic.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself. Ma'am, you are on mute. You are on mute. Please
Can we
unmute.
help her?
No, she can now because
She
everyone.
can. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
sir. Sir, when I was doing my PhD on a pharmacoeconomic model, I did the ECO model, that is economic, clinical, and humanistic outcome. I included it. So, what time you conducted such events, sir? You would have been wonderful. Sir, give me 1 minute.
It was so good. I mean, I can feel the real, impact of this conference. I can
It's
see
giving
that.
me goosebumps, Dr. Ajit, listening
It
to all
was
this.
so wonderful. When I was listening to the events, I felt, oh God, such a vast, big change has come. So,
Yes, I'm true.
students are very lucky to have you. Richa madam and Ajay madam, excellent work, and your team has done excellent work.
Thank you, ma'am.
You should continue such events in future with further details and e-workshop. Much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's really, I mean, it's really, giving the goosebumps. Wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful comments, and we can see the real impact. Okay, now anyone else?
Any of our speakers would like to say or share a few
We are
words?
requesting our speakers also,
Yeah.
or the audience, my team. Someone wants to say something.
Open to all.
Over to, I mean, anyone.
Open to all, yeah.
Open to all.
Climate team, dual sphere team, and people are saying they are one. They see us collaborating more. So,
Yes.
anyone would like to say something?
Okay, if not, we can take these things later as well. Fatima, let's go ahead further.
Yes, sir. I think now it's time to move on to the valedictory and the award distribution ceremony, a moment to celebrate all the learning, effort, and enthusiasm that made this global event such a grand success. We are deeply honored to have with us our chief guest, Dr. H. Sharma, Director, Medical Affairs, Clinical Research and Pharmacovigilance, Serum Institute of India Private Limited. Dr. Sharma is experienced Director of Medical Affairs with proven track record in biotechnology sector, proficient in operations management, vaccine development, clinical data management, vaccine development, clinical data oversight, GCP, as well as the PV. Our next guest of honor is Dr. Pramod Kumar Rajput, ex-Senior Vice President, Cadila Pharma, author, The Leaders with Ladders, Corporate Board Director, Pharma Business Leader, Academic Advisor, and Global Leadership Coach. We welcome both of our guests today. Please, sir, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much for this kind introduction. Hello, everyone. First of all, let me congratulate. First of all, let me congratulate the team Climate, especially Dr. Ajit Singh, and also Dr. Richa Goyal from Dual Sphere Consulting in organizing such an informational workshop, and that too on a relevant topic, which is the hot topic globally. Recently, 2 weeks back, I was in Seattle attending such a similar workshop. I did not have any knowledge about artificial intelligence. I know it is there in the uh, it's a buzzing word now these days, even in our clinical research also. So I wanted to get into it, and when I got this offer from Gates Foundation that they are organizing a workshop and they invited me that come over and you know uh, you also present something. So I worked very closely with a company called Slalom from US. They are into AI, and then we developed a model and we presented to the audience. There was industry leaders and there were researchers and CROs and people from Gates Foundation, Path, and everyone was there. So we presented our model and it was very well accepted. So I was like surprised to see that a person who was a novice in this field, didn't know anything much about AI, had been just reading on LinkedIn and other topics that AI is a big thing now these days. So presenting a model which was well accepted by everyone. So yeah, it was kind of a magic. So you are organizing such workshops, which are on relevant topics, and these are not only beneficial to the students also, but also professionals also. Even I would like to enroll, in such workshops, and given the time, and definitely, learn a lot, because the topics what you had in this conference were all really very, very useful and helpful. So, like I said, that not only beneficial to the students, even to the professionals also. So, kudos to your team and to you in organizing this huge successful conference, and to everyone, all the students and participants. I'm sure in this 3 days conference, you must have heard a lot on real world evidence, and there must have been a lot of learning. So this is really ongoing thing, and India is also, because India it is a digital India. No, we are into digital India, and a lot of advancements in science and technology is happening. So I would strongly suggest that, considering this growing demand in this field of science and technology, all healthcare professionals should also know the importance and learn the concept of this, this workshop which was organized, real world evidence and HEOR. So yeah, the current conference organized by Climate and Dual Sphere Consulting, it has set up the base for you all, and I'm sure it will be helpful not only to the medical students, even to paramedical researchers and industry professionals. And Dr. Ajit, you have such a brilliant board of subject matter experts like Dr. Pramod Kumar Rajput, Dr. Medhar Singh Rathod, and other academicians who are par excellence. I'm sure your students are in a great hands. So with this, I'll stop here, and yeah, thank you so much for inviting me for this
Thank you,
valedictory.
sir, for your presence and your
Thank you, sir.
comments, your positive comments, and it was really good to hear always from you, and you are always have been a great support to us. Thank you very much, sir, for joining.
Dr. Jeet, when you had called me, I could not say no to you. I was like,
That
I have to attend this also, even
I think that's how so that's how I take the advantage also sometimes. But thank you very much,
You are
and
a dear friend, so yeah, thank you so
thank you
much.
very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Richa. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would like to share that, sir. My students, I told that the person to whom you are listening during this program, validity function, the sort of speakers they are there, the people used to take appointments. They have to wait for some time, and then you are having the opportunity to interact with them directly. So this is the opportunity that they got, and then they participated, and I am really very very happy that we as a Gitanjali Institute of Pharmacy could have been part of this wonderful organization. Yeah, thank you very much to all. Thank you.
sir. Thank you very much. Over to PK, sir.
Hi, thank you so much. Very, very good evening, good afternoon. And good morning to the people who have joined here. Thank you, Dr. Hish Sharma, sir. We are waiting to listen to you. Right. And from last 3 days, we are waiting to listen to you, in fact. Right. And heartiest congratulations, Dr. Ajit Singh, Dr. Richa Goyal, and all the great people who have joined, the collaborators and all. My gratitude to Fatima as well as Tanvi, the way they have taken up, because very beautifully they have conducted it under the leadership of Dr. Richa as well as Dr. Ajit. So real compliments goes to both of you, really, very well. And we have ignited. And yesterday when the team of India, they won that cricket match, they have again shown that yes, women has the power, right? Women has the power. When they think, they can make a difference. And here you can see Dr. Richa Goel, Fatima,
Thank you, sir.
Tanvi, and
Thank
all.
you, sir. Thank you
That
very
you have
much.
shown the power, which is very, very important. Now, coming to the 3 days conference, believe you me, that being a person from the marketing field, I like to add something more on that, because the 3 days summit of HEOR and RWE has set the KPI and KRA for the future. You must be thinking why I should be putting it as a KPI, right? Or what KPI means to me, it is a knowledge, purpose, and impact. Because all the three things were there in this conference, and this is going to be there. Then you talk about the KRA. In any organization, there has to be a KRA. So KRA is again start from the knowledge, research, and application. So here the KPI and KRAs were very well designed, being the first global conference on HEOR and RWE. And I can see how the Hitesh sir is, Hitesh Sharma sir is nodding his head that he is agreeing about this part. And I'm sure this is the journey which has started with a very big bang. And this journey is going to continue because everybody will think about it and work on this, because the innovation, evidence-based things and the truly patient-centric approach has been discussed by who's and who of the industry. And I must appreciate Dr. Ajit and Dr. Richa for inviting all the great people, all the knowledgeable people, all the brilliant people on the conference, because they are able to contribute. And that is the reason the house was full and people were able to put the things, and it has ignited. It has ignited and inspired many that they will be able to learn. Because when a person like Dr. Mahendra Pratap Singh sir comes from GIP, or Dr. Sharma comes from the institute, they are able to feel that vibrancy, they are able to feel that warmth, that is the real warmth which is there, and that is required for the student, not for the student, but for the researchers, for everybody to learn about it, which is very important. So thank you so much once again for making me a part of this wonderful learning conference. And the journey starts, the way I say the journey continues, the journey starts, and it is going to be a name to be reckoned, the HEOR RWE conference, the name to be reckoned in the global forum, that yes, we did it, you did it. Compliments to all of you. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for joining us, and always, this is not us, not only Duosphere Consulting or not only the team Climate, but it is your guidance. I can, say proudly that you were in the, almost all the meetings of, when we were discussing how to promote it, how to go for it, and how to conduct it. So you were always with us to guide us throughout the arrangements, throughout the planning part as well. So thank you very much for joining and guiding us the path, the right path to go with the right things always. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for those inspiring words. It really motivates students like us to keep achieving a lot. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Tanvi Ambekar to announce the list of winners.
I think that is the most exciting part.
Yeah.
I agree. Thank you so much, Fatima, for the floor. Am I audible and is my screen visible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, Tanvi.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for joining us for this event. The last 3 days, we've witnessed outstanding presentations and innovative research from brilliant minds across the health economics and outcomes research landscape. It's now time to recognize the most exceptional presentations from our oral session. This time, in addition to the publication opportunities, our top 5 presenters will also receive exciting cash rewards as well as internship opportunities in the field of HEOR. I'm very excited to now, move on to the most anticipated moment, that is the announcement of the winners. I will now be announcing the 5th place, So they are awarded, so third to fifth prizes are awarded, prize winners are awarded 1,000 rupees. So the fifth place goes to, okay, sorry. The fifth place goes to Dr. Pavan Kumar Yanamadala from Chalapati Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences. And the topic was building resilience, enhancing physical and mental well-being in hemodialysis patients with end-stage renal disease. Congratulations, Dr. Pavan. The fourth place goes to Mr. Aniket Nilesh Simble from Institute of Chemical Technology. And the topic was thiamine hydrochloride assisted one-pot multi-component synthesis of 1,3-diaryl 3-aryl amino propane 1-own derivatives, a sustainable and a greener approach. The third place goes to Ms. Geeta George from the Faculty of Pharmacy, Ramaya University Applied Sciences. And their topic was clinical and economic analysis of adverse events related to dental devices in a tertiary care dental hospital. A huge congratulations to the fifth, fourth, and the third place in the presentation. The second place winner gets awarded a cash prize of up to 2,000 rupees. Are you all excited to know who the second place winner is? The winner is Ms. Anjali Yadav from D.Y. Patil University School of Pharmacy. The topic was Application of Health Technology Assessment, HTA, in evaluating plant-based antioxidant formulations for dermatological use. Congratulations, well done for this outstanding achievement. The first place winner is Ms.
I think
Daisy. Oh,
there are two
yes, I'm
people
so
who are sharing
sorry.
the
Yes,
second prize.
yes, I'm so
Second
sorry. The
place.
second place is shared by two people, Ms. Daisy Tak from Geetanjali University, Udaipur, Rajasthan. And their topic was patient-centered care and integrated framework for implementation and outcome optimization. I'm so sorry for that. Yes, second place is shared by two presenters. Now, for the final one, the first place is Ms. Simran Bhal from PGIMER Chandigarh, and their topic was efficacy and safety of CFTR modulators, combination therapy in patients with cystic fibrosis.
Thank you so much. Just one
Thank
mistake.
you.
My name is spelling is wrong. It's BEHL.
Okay, I think that is
BEHL.
we received from
Yeah.
the form. Might be
Form,
some
yes.
technical mistakes. That's okay.
Yes, yes.
We'll change it in the certificates. Don't worry,
Yes.
Simran.
Thank you so much,
No
Simran. We'll
problem, sir.
be,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. And with that, I will now pass on the floor to Dr. Ajit. Thank
Okay,
you.
so yes, thank you very much, Tanvi, and I would like to congratulate every winner. All six people who have received the awards and the ranks in the poster present. I mean, sorry, in the oral presentations. I'm very sure that you must have some zeal. You must have some exciting news in your abstracts. So that's why you are on the top 5 or top 6 out of 120. So I mean, it was really amazing, and your cash prizes, whatever is promised, will be given. And the second guys, jokes apart, but the second two rankers or the two people who are sharing the second rank, you will get separate to 2,000. Don't worry, okay? We will not share your you know Okay, and with that, one more very big announcement from my side. I'm so impressed, and I was talking to Dr. Richa Goel also. I would like to give the 5,000 cash prize to my hosting team as well. They will be sharing this in them however they want. So over to this is for Tanvi and Fatima and Ritul and all the
Yes.
people who were so, I mean, they were extraordinary. They were
Look at
extremely
their
good.
expressions, Dr. Ajit.
Yes, I can see. So they will be getting this cash prize from our side, and they all will be receiving today itself. Okay, so they can have the party from our side, guys. And now over to you, Fatima. Thank you very much. And guys, it was really amazing that you have shown the trust in us. You presented your your work here, and it was so good to listen to you. I have even listened to some of the abstracts yesterday. You did the amazing job. So thank you very much. Yes, over to you, Fatima.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. We are really surprised. And it was wonderful. We had a wonderful time hosting this amazing conference. We take this opportunity to extend a heartfelt thanks to all our speakers, panelists, delegates for making the HEOR Vanguard eConference 2025 a truly memorable event. As we officially close the HEOR Vanguard eConference 2025, we would like to express a deepest gratitude to all our organizing partners, Climate Research Solutions, Geosphere Consulting, and the Kalam Institute of Health Technology for making this event possible. A big thank you to all delegates, speakers, and participants from across the world for your active participation and enthusiasm. It's been an honor hosting this 3-day journey of knowledge, collaboration, and innovation in HEOR and RWE. Wishing everyone continued success and meaningful contributions to the future of evidence-based healthcare. Until next time, stay curious, stay inspired, and keep bridging science, technology, and policy. This is your host, Fatima.
I think Dr. Richa wants to, she has to give a vote of thanks also. I would,
Okay.
I think, because
I thought my
wanted.
chance is over, Dr. Ajit.
No, we already thank everyone, I mean, including our academic partners, industrial partners, and society partners, APS and, ACPI, Dr. Anant Nagappa Nayak sir, for agreeing to be a part of, this event. But still, they need one more applause from Dr. Richa Goyal. Over to you, Dr. Richa.
Yes, I have my speech ready. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you everyone. It was wonderful being with everyone for last 3 days. As we come close to this insightful and inspiring HEOR and RWE Vanguard e-conference, it's my great privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of organizing committee. Dr. Ajit and the team, this would not have been possible without you at all. This goes without saying. This conference is a joint effort from DualSphere, Climate Research Solutions, Curio, Climate Health Tech Mitra, in collaboration with Kalam Institute of Health Technology, Gitanjali University, Chandigarh University, ASEAN Pharmacist Society, Association of Community Pharmacists of India, PharmGen AI, NeuraTrial AI, and Innocept Global Solutions. Again, special mention to Dr. Ajit Singh, Pramal Tiwari sir, Professor P.K. Rajput sir, Dr. Kavita Kachru, Dr. Mahendra Singh Rathore sir, Dr. Vimal Arora, Dr. Anant Nagappa Naik sir, and Dr. Hit Sharma. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to all our distinguished speakers for sharing their deep expertise, diverse perspectives, and valuable experiences. You have helped us explore the evolving landscape of HEOR and RWE and illuminated how these disciplines are shaping healthcare decisions, market access strategies, and patient outcomes across the world. We also extend our appreciation to the hosting team who ensured that every session remained engaging, purposeful, and productive. Special thanks to all the participants and attendees. Thank you for your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and enthusiasm throughout the sessions. It's your curiosity and commitment that make initiatives like this truly impactful. As we conclude, let us carry forward the learnings and collaborations that have begun here and continue working together to advance the science, practice, and impact of HEOR and RWE in improving healthcare systems and patient lives globally. Thank you once again to everyone for being part of this journey. We look forward to seeing you at our next Vanguard event. The future of healthcare lies not in more data, but in meaningful evidence that drives better decisions and healthier lives. Stay tuned for more. We are not done yet.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Take care, have a good day, have good food, and we'll see you soon. And we already had announced that we are coming up with the fellowships. We are on the discussions, and we'll be launching it very soon with, with a very grand event again. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
And more surprises. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.